Zay stealing them Bezos bucks.
Ready? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I were a fish and you caught me, you'd say, look at that fish, shimmering in the sun. Such a rare one, can't believe that you caught one. If I were a fish and you caught me, you'd say, look at that fish, heaviest in the sea. You'd win first prize if you caught me. Why is everybody on the internet so mean? Why is everybody so afraid of what they've never seen? If I was strolling through and I saw me flopping around and singing my song, I'd say, damn, they're cute and sing along. If I were a rock, you would pick me up and say, that's a nice rock, skippiest on the lake. Plop, 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 I'm the perfect shape. And if I were a sock, you would put me on and say, that's a nice sock, happiest as a pear. I found you, now I'm not scared. Why is everybody on the internet so mean? Why is everybody so afraid of what they've never seen? If I was strolling through and I saw me flopping around and singing my song, I'd say, damn, they're cute and sing along. How lucky are we? Of all the fish in the sea, you get to be you, and I get to be me. Just let 'em be me. We're as free as can be to be the youest of you and the meest of me. If I were a fish, do 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 do.
Alrighty. Welcome back. So, wait, come on. There we go. Hi. It wasn't tracking for a second there. So yeah, my camera is dead right now. So yeah, it turns out the cable, so I have a old iPhone as the webcam, right? For obvious reasons. And it's always plugged into the streaming computer, the one that's not always on. So it's not always getting charged, but I was like, that's fine. iPhones can hold a charge forever. Like it'll charge when it's on. I'm doing stream setup or after stream stuffs. And, and then it will like skimbambapis what does that even mean? But yeah, no, basically it should have gotten enough charge just from existence to be able to hold itself afterwards. Is it a fish? It is a fish species. Okay, you do you, boo. But yeah, as it turns out, the lightning cable I've had plugged into that iPhone this whole time is like a 20-foot long lightning cable that I completely forgot I got a 20-foot long fucking lightning cable. It's so that I can like pick up the camera and move it around with me. It's how I was able to do the model stream. Like I got a really long cable for that explicit reason. But I kind of forgot that it doesn't hold power as well or as long. Like it like basically the longer the cable, the slower the charge is. And since it's plugged into a computer that's not always on, it's not always receiving charge. Turns out it's like enough to get a little bit of a bonus while it's not being used. But if I do, you know, multiple streams in a row, it can't actually keep up. So it was dead. It had like fucking 10% this morning when I turned on the stream PC. So yeah, we're doing the backup right now. I have the old webcam plugged in and I set up the backup. So we're doing this right now. I really didn't feel like trying to configure my lights and such to make the old webcam look good. So it was either this or the PNG tuber, and I felt like this is a little bit better. So yep, we're doing this today. And we're also doing this today. So we have a problem we have to solve. So what say, you know, you're using this tail. Obviously it works out just fine. It's designed for this tail, but you want to swap to the other tail. Someone picks up this freebase and they swap to this tail. What do about this? Do me a favor in Google's. Okay, fine. I'll look it up. Sakabam Baspis. Oh yeah, that old thing. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull up an image real quick. I don't know if that's accurate. I have no idea to what my face looked like on cam there. So there you go. Saka Baspis. Anyways, yeah, back to the dilemma that we're having. You're welcome. You're so welcome. So yeah, what do we do with this in the background, right? This right behind here. Like, I don't think it's reasonably possible to make the body, like to make the leg and such in the background, such that it will always like not interfere, because literally just between these two, yeah, we're sucking on chili dogs between these two alone. It's like that there's almost nothing that will cut out these two parts and not cut out like up here or something, like, you know, not cut out right there, such like that. So basically the empty space here is an annoyance that I do want to try and solve. Now I have a couple of ideas. However, almost all of them lose something, and that's the problem. And it's not just a problem down here, it's also going to be a problem for the tail up here. Because what if I have a different arm shape? I do plan on having one that's like big old hands. How do I hide these elements? And now consider those elements, like, you know, the big old hand, but with this tail. Like, what am I supposed to do about the things up here that's not down here? It's a huge pain in the ass. So what I was considering, and this is something I'm not the biggest fan of, unfortunately, is, like, let's pull up the other tail just to kind of show us as an example. We just have a layer like behind it that just hides stuff. So basically I'm coloring in this whole tail so that it hides the things behind it. I'm not the biggest fan of this because it looks really good when you have just the line work, but it has a big issue in that it makes this file a lot more complicated. Because, you know, let's say we have the final version, we have, you know, these two layers, we have, you know, like tail 2 for the pitcher plant, and then will be like tail 2 color or something, right? Will be the layer name. When they're picking out all of their favorite ones, so, you know, they end up really liking the second head and whatnot. Butt retail, oh my god. But like, okay, so they picked out everything. How am I expecting people to merge this together? Because if they just go down the line and just like merge, like if I make this a more visible color, just for example's sake, and they merge that down, when they merge it down, it's now on the legs layer and it deletes the legs. So you have to separate them all out and put them in spots that make sense. And it's like, I'm asking a lot of everyone who uses this base to remember that, hey, do your layer stuffs right. Now, alternatively, one thing I can do is I can actually like do this thing where I fill in all of this, for all of the different variations. It'll just be like white or whatever the background color is, right? It won't be super visible. Red is just for example's sake. Like I fill in this whole thing, and then I label the layer, and the layer is named like delete me or something. And so when people are working with the ref, they see the layers called delete me, and, you know, they'll delete the layer and they'll be like, oh, that's why it was there. So they'll know, okay, I need to go in and remove that. Like, tropical flycatchers are so fucking complicated that their base is getting complicated. Now, I could, big emphasis on could, fix this by like having their arms like straight out instead. And then have this be a standing pose that's like also very neutral posed, right? But that loses a lot of the personality of the tropical flycatchers because they're supposed to be this really fluid looking kind of normally oddly posed species, and that still doesn't even fix like how do I make the tail behind visible here and visible on this standing pose and not get in the way of stuffs because the tail is fucking huge. So I think it's impossible to find a way to make this super clean and efficient in line work without making it a problem for anyone to use it. And this is just where I'm at right now. I am going to make the finish in this leg though, because I need something. Like I need leggy visible. And yeah, you know, let's actually, okay. So I'm trying to think, let's remove the tail. And let's just like kind of fill in the whole leg as though the tail wasn't there. So yeah, how's everyone in chat doing? Thank you for Chili Dog Neo, howdy Blaze. Sorry I didn't like talk much during that, but I wanted to kind of vocalize all of the problems that I'm currently facing with this before I'm really working more on it. Thank you for the hug. Hold on, wait. There we go. Tug train. Pass it on. It's a very quiet day today. Hey, that's fine. At least I hope that's fine. Much fire went through this kind of conversation and made the VTuber model, so I know how bad it can get. Yeah. Yeah. Layers and priorities and such is gonna be a thing. I feel like that's just kind of unavoidable in a lot of these type of fields. Banana pancake? Ooh. Hells yes. Do that thing. We do a new hairstyle maybe? Yeah, I'm going for the buzz shaved look. And the blinking rapidly look. You know, I'm just trying to mix it up a little bit. Okay. Tail to delete me. Pancakes are really good. Yeah. Oh my god, cinnamon and banana pancake sounds amazing. I saw VTuber tentacles that moved around the body with physics, not just the time sync to that must have been insane. So when I was first looking up just like, you know, an open PNG tuber like this to use just for whenever I wanted to, I stumbled upon someone who was posting being like, hey, thanks for the help. I finally got like, you know, this pose to work. Or this one physics thing to work, and it was a 2D shark tail, like it was a 2D PNG tuber shark tail for their character, and it was like, you know, the full model thing, but it was designed such that when it moved, it actually shifted the textures on individual elements so that it looked like it was rolling over as it was moving. And I'm just like, and like it had, you know, the big fin on the back, and the big fin would move and the texture would change. And I'm like, you fucking simulated physics using this. And they were like, yeah, this is my first time really trying to do something like this. I'm like, who the fuck are you? It was like, that shit's insane. Yeah, it was literally rolling the textures around at the speed of sound so that it emulated it correctly. I'm like, and it didn't just keep this curve too, it actually had like bones in it basically, and having it move in different directions as it went around. I'm like, I bow before this person. The desire for the aesthetic, sometimes you should go through good shades and materials. I feel like that their like 2D solution, while very complicated, it probably is a lot lighter on their computer than a true 3D solution would be. But that's just a guess. I don't actually know how intense those things are. Shocked they can get beefy. I mean, I was shocked when I heard how, like, you know, how much Minecraft can bring any computer to its fucking knees, so I don't think I'd be terribly surprised. It just wouldn't be my first guess. Also, howdy, Lily. Oh yeah, and an added benefit of me not having the camera on today, apparently it is so fucking dry in my bedroom last night that my bottom lip split open. And let me tell you, I've been eating very salty popcorn for a couple of days, just like as a snack. And that sucks. Your modeling requires a completely different set of skills. For example, I would say I'm decent at 2D art, but really need to learn 3D modeling. Well, the thing is that when you get into the, like, you know, the complexities that that person was getting into, you had to have a very strong understanding of rigging and model making and the physics of these things that you would have to basically make from scratch in 2D. But in 3D, you can make very, very similar results with just, you know, a texture painter and hell, even just like a basic rig you can find online. Like, the amount of work it took to learn how to do what they did meant that they really wanted that aesthetic, like that very specific aesthetic, and they were not going to compromise. I was like, it's mildly stings, but I mean, I don't know, my pain tolerance, I don't know what qualifies. Okay, so we remove the arms for a second. We have to finish this here tail, because that's how this is going to work. We're just going to kind of fill in all these lines and such. What's funny is I actually have to learn a little bit of Blender, because I want to make, this is one of those I'm so happy to have a hobby type of discussions, because this is not something that sounds like I should be engaging with it, which is why I'm like, it's such a time sink, but I'm only engaging with it as a hobby. For my, what was it? I'm going to be making a Warhammer 40k army, tabletop army, that is a Space Marine army. It is a Space Marine army. Oh, Gunny went, or Gunny? You're Gunny. I read Gummy Durg and that, anyways. Yeah, people should go check out, see what the hell Dusk has going on, because they have some exciting things. I know they are. You need to learn it for game dev? Yeah. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna actually do a quick shout out for Dusk. There we go. Because they don't learn modeling. Anyways. Yeah, so I want to make a army of Space Marines, which is the most vanilla guys whatever. But they're all made out of paper mache. So like, you know, the little tiny models on the tabletop. It's like, whoa, they got guns or whatever, right? Like the little tiny models have little tiny mache on them. Like they're made out of paper mache. They're little pinata Marines. And I put them all in really cartoonish poses. Like, you know, bopping with a big ass hammer type of stuffs. Very, very like Looney Tunes-esque. And call them the Mache Marines. And in order to accomplish this, I found a fully posable Space Marine model. It's a very detailed Space Marine model for the express purpose of making your own custom models or replacing models that they used to make but don't make anymore because they're Games Workshop. So, and there's actually a bunch of different armor sets for it, a bunch of other things, but I need to learn how to make paper mache so I can cover them in paper mache and then pose them so I can export them for my resin printer. It's one of those things that, like I said, I'm really happy. It's a hobby. It is not something I am putting a ton of mental work into. It is not going to be this huge ordeal. It is an hobby. Dreamy Mush, thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully I said mush right and it's not like mushe or mushe. Oh my gosh, it's a pinata. Everyone get the sticks. But yeah, I have a lot of little projects I want to do with tabletop games, but right now is 30 days of streams, and all the spare energy I have is like going into Monster Hunter just to kind of chill out between streams. I live for 4 hours, I go offline and play Monster Hunter for like 20, and then I go live again. Moosh or Mushi. Okay. I was close. Not the sticks. Fine. I mean, if you're not a pinata, then fine. We just need to know what the candy is, all right? That's like the pinata rule here, is if we ever see a pinata, they gotta answer. They have to pay the candy toll, which is just to tell us what candy they got, but... Same for doing 30 days. It is the best way I know of getting past a lot of my anxieties is to just say, fuck it, we ball, and then go for like basically overdo it. How am I gonna do this one? You know what we're going to do is we're actually pulling that back a bit. Oh.
Stretch your wrists,
Oh.
say.
Okay, you know what? That's actually fair. That's actually pretty fair. Let's just zoom out for a moment so everyone can appreciate the figures we have here. All right, stretching the wrist. Got cheesecake. Yo, you filled with cheesecake? Get the sticks! I'm joking. Please don't beat up people because they ate cheesecake. Also, I'm currently stretching my wrist. Y'all should like get up and stretch too, right? Check your posture. Drink a little bit of water. I drink a ton of water in these streams. I guess yesterday's stream people could see, but now they can't. Ah, tasty water. Just said bombs. These aren't cakes. These are bombs from a bomb factory. Is a stream not be able to summed up by bot your... When has a stream not been able to be summed up by you're insane for doing X? Which button is the other expression? Nope, that's Starry. You know me so well! What are the other ones? Wow. Angie! Ah! Starry-eyed. I thought one of these had teeth. Okay, none of them have teeth. Whatever. This is a pre-made model that I bought on Etsy. It's a Lemon Shark model that I just kind of edited roughly to fit my colors. Normally I have a face cam, but the cam basically ran out of battery today, so... Shark has lost its teeth, yeah. Having fun with the shark. I mean, I made a bunch of expressions. When the waifu has lost its teeth. Oh no. I am both the waifu and toothless. Alright. And then this is tail 1, delete me. Now we just gotta fill in this tail. They're really cute species. Thank you! They are a species I made well over, like a couple of years ago now, called tropical flycatchers. They're an open species and everyone can kind of make their own. But I'm finally making I'm finally making an actual base for them because their anatomy is very complex, and I know that it's a problem to draw them for a lot of people, but people kind of want to express their creativity and make their own. So I'm setting aside 2 days of this 30-day event so that I can make this. We see here, do any of these because of others going mad, getting mad at created creature, but on the rules, and you're the first streamer seeing drawings them? I use Toy House. So for starters, I don't use Toy House. Toy House is really best for organizing characters and things like that, and that's not been something I terribly needed. So I do know a lot of people that use it, but honestly, I would say look at Toy House as like just an organizing method. Because yeah, some people are a little bit too serious with their stuffs. But But trying to think as well. I've actually had people upset at me for some of my species before. Actually, I'm gonna pull up one of them for you. You're probably gonna appreciate this and understand kind of what I mean. This drawing. I have a handful of species. Box sharks. How to draw. Yep. So this is the first one that I had made, the box sharks. Box sharks were actually made as a bit of a joke. Like it was a joke that kept growing. And I made this reference so people could make their own. But box sharks are like, they're not really distinct, you know? Like if you drew a box shark and a regular shark that just had like, you know, the head shape swapped, it would be very hard to tell which one you're talking about. You up your sounds again? Why do I need up the sounds again? I up to that? I hit save. Hold on. Cursor. Mic thresh. Yep, it's back down to 39 instead of freaking 50 like it was before. Okay, I hit save. I hit save. That was what I had used. Oh, freaking mic profiles are different than the like GoXLR mixer like profiles. Why is there two different profiles? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, it's up to now. Hopefully that's better. Is that louder, everybody? Can y'all hear me? You better be, because that's quite loud for what I would normally want to do. Anyways, back to the story stuffs. Split profile disorder, it really is. So yeah, when I posted this around just being like, hey, if people want to make their own, they can. Like, I'm very laissez-faire with my species. And this was like the first one I really like, you know, I made like an open species anyone could do anything with, because I knew they're not super distinct as a species. I had someone, I think on Reddit, reply to it saying that like they're really annoyed that sharks can have hair but not fluff. Like, why would you only have one or the other? And they were like really critical of the species. And someone replied to it in the best way ever. Again, this person who was like, why can they have hair but not fluff? It's nonsense, whatever. Someone had replied saying to the tune of, actually, sharks in nature have incredibly long flowing manes. It is only movies like Jaws that forced them to shave them off for the movie to make them seem more menacing that changed our perception of sharks in mass media. Their religious connotations associated with their hair indicates that their like hair length and cleanliness of their hair and how well they keep it in the ocean, especially during times of feeding, indicates how much free time and how much energy they have to spare on making their hair maintained. So, you know, in fact, most sharks are followers of these religions that make them have long hair. And I thought that was beautiful, because that subtly poked at the person so hard. Because, and again, this is emphasized really well by me showing this thread to someone else I know. And after they were done reading the first person's annoyance at them having, like, you know, having the fluff, or not being able to have fluff, but having hair, they went, bitch, they have thumbs. It's like, your argument's invalid. Bitch, they have thumbs. Why are you upset that they have hair? It's like, you know what? That's a great point. So when it comes to you're making your own species, you have a strong desire to make it entirely unique. It is your own thing. Nothing else like this exists, but there's no new colors under the sun. The way that you've drawn it will probably be unique, but it will probably be very similar to another species that exists. do your due diligence, look up if there's like really common species, look up to see if the ideas you have don't actually fit really nicely in with another species. Like, you don't have to claim ownership of it. You can make something that's really fun that participates with someone else's community, and then you're a part of that community too. Like, that stuff's totally valid logics to be upset that, you know, a species is really similar to another one. But ultimately, this is still just a shark, and it's so hard to make it look like its own thing versus other ones. Like, I have to correct people about the face shape whenever I commission someone to draw my box shark characters. So it's like, just make what you want, especially when you're starting out. This is one of the first ones that I made, right? Super nondescript. It's a shark. Again, it was kind of built on like a silliness, right? Versus one of the more recent ones that I've made. You think I would have had any understanding of what I should put into a ref if I didn't make the bad ones, quote unquote? Make art. If someone gets upset at you, like, look at why they're upset. If it's, hey, you basically just remade a protogen, then it's like, okay, I should look at what I'm doing. If it's, hey, I don't like you did a thing, or it looks kind of similar to something else, and you look at them and go, I don't think they're actually that similar, then it's like, all right, bitch, they have thumbs. And it's just, you're done. It's like, you're being really critical of something when, like, you don't have to be. Bitch, they got thumbs. Why are you so critical about a shark with fluff? They have thumbs too. You don't like that? Okay, what if you make a species that's really similar to another close species? What if you didn't mean that? It's gonna mean, is it gonna mean I'm gonna be yelled at? So, there are, what's annoying is, you might be. You might be. There are people who have made protogen characters that didn't know that the edits that they made turned them into a primogen, which is what the protogens are based on. They're really popular. If you don't know them, that's a whole different rabbit hole, but just know primogens were the paid ones in a closed species. People kept wanting to make their own, and then they made protogens, which are open, but people kept doing different stuff with the protogens and basically turning them into primogens. And that was such a common thing. Oh, thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, and that was such a common thing. That was such a problem that they had, that a lot of the people in the protogen and primogen community were getting really upset at artists, even if they were commissioned to draw a character and didn't know any of this, right? And the correct response when this happens is, like, if you are the person who has received the upsetty spaghetti messages about the art that you made, is to be like, you know, if you didn't make the species, you just made the art, be like, oh man, I didn't know that. I'm gonna contact the creator of the species and kind of check some stuffs. And if you are the one who made the species, you can go, oh man, I didn't know that species existed. Can you tell me more about them? It's like, that really shuts them down, don't it? It's like, damn, I didn't know about that. Can you tell me more about the species that you're super excited about instead of being upset about? Like, I want to know about them too. I clearly would like them if I would see them. I am actively trying to do the blank stare at the screen here. Your attached species and the communities. Exactly. Yep. Cheese watchers looking racist. Yeah, Sergals. There's a lot of lore and history and stuffs behind the Sergals. Insofar that you can make them super accurate to the species and the world that they live in and how they work. Or you can just make a cheese wedge with fluff and be like, yo, I got a Sergal, it's great, isn't it? And yeah, a vast majority of the Sergal community will be like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Like, you may occasionally get people who are like, hey, did you know that's, you know, there's this like whole species lore stuffs? And if you didn't know about it, you can learn a new thing. If you didn't know of it, they're like, hey, sweet, I still like your Sergal. Tell me your race now. Yeah, it basically, no matter what you do in any type of art, genuinely any type of art, there's always the chance that someone is upset at you. That is the cost of doing business when it comes to any creative endeavor. When you put yourself out there, you put emotions out there, other people have their own emotions, and they can apply those emotions in different ways. The best thing you can do is to acknowledge whenever you may have overstepped a bound, or whenever you have done something like, you know, like I said with the protogens and primogen things, you made a species that was very, very similar to another species that exists. And yeah, that can be seen as, oh, I just didn't want to pay that artist money. And it's like, okay, there is some reason for people to be annoyed at you for doing that. And you just go, oh shoot, I didn't know that. I didn't know that that existed. And then you can do due diligence and learn a bit more. It's like, it's okay to make mistakes, but it's not okay to be angry at others. Angry at others about mistakes, to be specific. It's okay to be upset at people if they're intentionally being assholes about things, but, you know, oh man, I didn't know that species existed. Well, that's just an honest mistake. And it's on them for kind of being the asshole for being upset. However, it's also good to acknowledge that some of them have to really, really fight, man. Holy shit. I feel bad for Avalis. Oh my god. Like, oh my god. I feel so bad for Avali mains out there. Avalis are the most stolen characters. Like, I have made a popular Avali art. It has been traced at least once at this point. And I see it as like a rite of passage. Oh shit, the Avali community liked my art enough to want to trace it. But like, it's also so frustrating to people who like their main sonas are Avali and they get these really cute and personal art pieces. And then someone comes along and goes, oh, that'd be really cute if I made that, and just completely fucking copy it. And it's just, oh god. Like, there is so many people who have justifiable right to be upset at people in those groups, and I feel so bad for them. What are Avali? They are fluffy space raptors. That is the official response by the creator. They are fluffy space raptors. Hold on. I'm actually going to pull up an Avali just to show it. What's a good art piece? This is a decent one. Whoa, it is big. Big ref. This is an example of an Avali, right? Fluffy space raptors. Like, I've had to draw a good handful of them, but they're a rather popular species. And like, they have a really strong personality base. There's a good bit of lore to them, even biology lore, things like that. And it's, you know, it's a really well-developed species. And, you know, imagine you have one and it's like your main zone. Like, this is how you represent yourself online. And then someone sees an art you get of you with like, you know, your partner or something, and just goes yoink and just copies it. It's like, all right, yeah, that's annoying. And so now imagine that person who is used to people stealing their art, right? We're gonna tie this back in, right? We're gonna tie this back around. So you have someone who is used to people stealing their art or tracing their art in this community. And then that person who is used to seeing this and used to being justifiably upset sees something that accidentally is really close to their character. You know, there's no new colors under the sun. It's really, really hard to make something that is truly, completely unique. And when you have something that's really popular like Avali and really cute like Avali, well, there's gonna be some common traits you may see. And it's very likely, very possible, I guess I should say, that someone makes something very similar to yours. And then that person who is, you know, now upset that someone just stole their character without realizing it, leaves a very angry message on them, basically telling them to fucking stop. And this person is none the wiser. Doesn't fucking know that this is a whole thing that's happening for them. That's on that person who is leaving that message to acknowledge the possibility of otherwise. But us as creators posting things, there's always another side to the story. Whenever someone is so upset, it usually means that there's been some issues that they've had in the past. generally in these creative fields, yeah, people have a lot of emotions and they express their emotions in the comments and whatnot. But most of the time, people are very happy for others and happy with others. So whenever someone is just vitriol or upset or frustrated and you don't know why, it's like, all right, I can ask them. Like, I can be a responsible adult. I can ask. So it makes it blue. My new OC. Yeah, and, you know, that's a thing that historically has happened quite a bit. You know, looking at you, DeviantArt, famous for that for a while. That's hard thing about these kind of conflicts. So I can understand how both parties feel. Yep. And I think that's actually a good way of looking at it, is both parties aren't strictly in the wrong in a lot of the cases, right? I've been running into a couple of pool toy spiders recently, and it's really funny to me. Yeah, like, that's something that's super hyper unique. I have not seen a pool toy spider before. And if I saw more, I wouldn't be, oh no, they're ripping off Tio. I'd be like, oh shit, Tio, did you know there's more now? It's like, I have a Pinata character. I made that Pinata character like before Pinatas were really a thing. And since making them, it's been many years, but since making them, I've seen a steady growth of Pinata characters. I'm like, this is the best shit. It's like, you know, two ways of looking at it. But yeah, when it comes to like any of the really disparaging messages, or even being worried that you're receiving that you may receive disparaging messages, accept it as a possibility that it can happen. And if it does happen, look at, you know, what's the situation here? If they are just upset, oh man, you stole my character, look in their profile, see like, all right, does this character exist? And you can politely say, oh man, I didn't realize this species I invented was very similar to a character that you made. And it's like, all right, you're the good person here. You shouldn't be the bad person and tell somebody to like, oh, fuck off for leaving bad messages on my stuffs and not even trying to see why they're upsetty. Because I just feel like some people are upset with me with something I can't control. Must be something to bond and form a friendship over too. Actually, yeah, me and Dusk became friends. The first message that he said in this stream was upset about a freebie thing. Like someone else won and they basically were like, yo, that's bullshit. I nearly fucking banned them, but eventually we actually kind of understood what was going on. And now we're like incredibly close friends. But yeah, Dreamy, I actually have real bad anxiety. I trust me, I feel you. I completely fucking feel you. And the most freeing thing that I have had in terms of like, you know, posting anxiety or anxiety with like, you know, sharing a thing is twofold. Either one, oh man, my art made them feel something really strongly. Through my creative experience, I have now elicited a response that did not exist in the universe before. Hells yeah. Now let's see why this is happening after my panic attack is done. Or two, the other thing is, man, I can't control that, can I? What can I control? I can control my reaction. I'm going to breathe deeply. I'm going to wait. I will respond to this in a couple of hours or tomorrow. There's nothing I can do to make them happier or more upset right now if I say nothing and compose myself. I can't control them being upset, but I can control me being upset, at least to some degree. And so I just breathe for a while and I respond to them when I can. And if they're upset it took me a while, then I'll be like, all right, I have really bad anxiety and I didn't know that this was a thing. And suddenly they're the asshole for getting after someone with really bad anxiety, but that's a side thing. You control the weather, summon a tornado. Just because I shut down during other moments, I feel like everything I think of is a bad to reply with. Since tornado, I'd say. I live in Minnesota. We already have a chance for tornadoes. I don't need more chance for tornadoes. We don't get any tornadoes this time of year though. Arms one, delete me. All right, time to continue filling in stuff. But yeah, like it's not a cure-all either. It's not, oh man, I don't have anxiety now because I can control what I think. It's like, it doesn't help to be worried right now. I am going to try and just not be concerned for a moment. And that has helped me significantly. But you do have a chance, that's fair. I do have a chance for meatballs. From Canada, I've been living in the US for maybe 2 years now, or Tornado week, but nothing happened. I'm still freaking anxious. It's very hard for Tornado to hit anything that matters. I'm trying to think if I even have to fill in that. We do have to fill in the arms background. Oh, we have to fill in the color, or the line work on the arms. It's raining Tio? Yeah, Tio is our resident spider. They are friendly pool toy spider. Hey, you want me to just say like it's nothing, it's a tornado? Again, I can't be anxious twice. It's like there's no purpose to it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I have contingency plans in case it can happen. Like, for one, my office is actually in the basement. Fun fact, but that's just by coincidence. But like, you know, I've talked with the roommates. Hey, if ever there is an issue, we can go into these rooms and that's totally safe. And like, I also have like a set of candles and matches and such in case there is a risk of a tornado in our area. And we should be fine. Like, genuinely, it's only under like category 4 or 5s that it's like you need to leave rather than you can stay in a safe area. Yeah, and the planning helps a lot with the anxiety too. It's like I don't have to be worried that, you know, what if like, you know, one of my roommates or whatever thinks that the bathroom upstairs is safe. Well, it's not near any windows. Well, that's true, but also it's in path of stuffs down in the basement. We both have places that have no windows and aren't like, you know, the possibility of something coming through the wall. It's like, you know, I can be rest assured that, yeah, if there's ever an issue, we all know where to go. We all know how to handle it. And yeah, I'm going to have anxiety if it happens, but I guess I've been really good in my adult life of trying to use my anxiety that I already have to, instead of being worried and fearing something that may happen, instead putting it towards preventing that thing from trying to happen. And no, it's not a cure-all. Oh God, it's not a cure-all. Your risk is flooding. Yep. Yeah, and I had a friend who lived in New York City, and they're like, yeah, you know, the building I'm in, they flooded. And I was like, are you okay? Is everything fine? They went, yeah, you know, the streets will be shut down for a while, but it should be fine. It's like, you know, I got some spare battery bank stuff, so it'll probably be back online later. And it was like, okay, so this is what it's like for me and tornadoes and them and flooding. Got it. Okay. This connects now. This connects. Want to be a suit? Yep. No, that's actually a pretty good way of doing it. Nelson's very strong in cinnamon rolls, even though it's just pancakes. Well, this is the opposite of a problem. Because I'm anxious as fuck when something happens. You'll tell me I'm the most calm. Like if body moves your own, do things, needs and brains like SpongeBob fire and brain moment. Are you like that? Nah, brain turn off. Unironically, I had a day once. This really just summarizes why like resting for me is always a problem. I had a day once where I sat down. First time I sat down all day. My cat jumps up onto my lap, really cute. I'm there for maybe a minute, like singular minute, and this is a maybe, before the front door swings, like flies open, and like one of my roommates was there saying, "Where's the fire extinguisher? My car's on fire." I'm like, okay, no thoughts. I instantly said where it was as I was like crawling out of the fucking couch, and we went outside, and yeah, they're fucking the, oh god, their brake clamp. So inside of the wheel, there's like, you know, the braking mechanism. The thing that like is holding this malfunctioned, and it was on fire. Which turns out, if the brake calipers fail, this is basically the only result, is they catch on fire. It's like, you're very aware that it's happening earlier, by the way. You're very aware. It's not like, oh, suddenly my car is on fire. It's like, man, my car sounds awful. There's no way I don't know my car sounds awful. But they were almost home, and they were like, I'm just gonna get home and check in the parking lot. And they stopped in the parking lot, and the wheel was on fire, inside the wheel. The tire had not caught. The rubber, not caught yet. Just the inside. Anyways, we were out there for probably like 30 minutes with the fire extinguisher, just making sure it was out, and we got water and poured it on it too, just to make sure that it was cooling down correctly. Yeah, no, they got that fixed, but I didn't really come to terms with what the fuck was happening until about 10 minutes in, 15 minutes in, where I was like, oh shit. Well, I'm happy I knew where that was. And that was just because I knew where the fucking fire extinguisher is. We had the fire extinguisher in the kitchen in case any issues happened while we were cooking. It's like, that's where we keep it. And so, yeah, no, it's in the kitchen, grab it. And I met them outside, seeing what was going on, went back inside, grabbed the water. Like we did the whole 9 yards. Anxiety brain did not catch up for a while. And that seems like the correct response. So yeah, I'm normally the responsible adult in the household. But that's also just because I've always taken on a lot of responsibility in my life. So, you know, I'm kind of ready to be responsible in a lot of instances. All right. Okay, sorry, I'm catching up with stuff. And when it comes to prevention in case of choose your battles, like it's likely it doesn't meet and current or any other complications, fairly risk-free. Yep. Having like, you know, a set of candles and matches in a cupboard that we never use is really easy to do in case, you know, we all have to be downstairs without power. Oh no, it was hilarious. Afterwards, we figured out what, like afterwards we were laughing about it, of just the absurdity of the situation. In your car at this point. This was at the previous apartments. This was like 3+ years ago, 3 or 4 years ago that this happened. I was on FaceTime once with a friend ages ago and accidentally started fire while cooking and casually fixed it, and she thought I was gonna burn the whole house down. Yeah. Why doesn't everyone know that? What, where the fire extinguisher is? They did know, but you know, when your car's on fire, oftentimes you yell and ask first while you're trying to grab it, but they probably just brain farted a little bit as to where it was. Don't worry, everyone knows now. We keep it under the sink. We keep a kitchen-based fire extinguisher under the sink. And actually, I have another fire extinguisher around the corner of my office in the basement here. It came with the house. Actually, I should probably double check if that is still up to code or if that should be updated or replaced. Well, it's definitely not up to code. It actually fell out of the wall. The fucking brackets fell out of the wall. Oh shit, an ad is starting in like 10 seconds. Hey y'all, ad is gonna run here. Take a quick break, get up, stretch, grab a glass of water. We'll continue discussions when we get back. Sorry about that. And yeah, we only have ads because I don't like pre-rolls, so we do mid-rolls. See y'all soon.
Zay stealing them Bezos bucks.
All right. I'm back. Hi, kitten. Come here. Cat noises? Are you gonna bring us beautiful cat noises? Scratching you right underneath the collar. She doesn't want to be held right now. Okay, Varasha, see ya. Yeah, she wants to play. She doesn't want to be held. She wants to play. Anyways. What's going on? Talking about roles and everything. Ooh, ad blocker failed. That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. Yep, we got a Discord. People want to join in for stuffs. Yeah. Running put cinnamon. The head was banana cinnamon pancake stuffed with bananas and caramel sauce. And oh my god, that sounds so good. Don't tell Bun about them though. But yeah, live, hey, I have to deal with the anxiety thing. So like, you know, I use restroom during the break because it's a break. And like yesterday, there's like a single ant on the ground in the bathroom. And I was like, okay, it's a scouting ant. There's nothing in here for them. So I squished it because it's an ant. It's a scouting ant. If it doesn't come back, they don't go that way. Like that's how that works. Anyways, I just saw like fucking a dozen or more. And I was like, oh shit. It's in a bathroom. There is like nothing for them in there. Yeah, it's like, I don't like squishing insects, but ants are one of those that I'll cause more harm for them if this one finds anything and goes back. So I don't, and I don't cause more harm. But now there's a chance I may have to get rid of it. And it's like, well, fuck. So, sad days. I'm gonna have to, there's cat food. Not in the bathroom. They aren't out here. They are not out here where the rest of the stuff is. They are only in the bathroom. That is the only place I have seen them in like 2 days. Like I'm looking down at the cat foods. It's like maybe somehow Varasha brought a pellet of cat food into the bathroom. You don't know that. No, I guess. Fair. Hi. A little kobold hi. All right, what am I thinking? What am I doing? Okay, the tail arms. Okay, this leg needs to have, wait, no, the legs are actually behind the arms. Oh, that's really annoying. Well, I guess there's no reason why the legs have to be behind the arms actually. Yeah, so we're gonna put the arms behind the legs and we're going to make arms one, delete me. Oh, what'd you draw that you're proud of? That's pretty fun. It's pretty good. Welcome back. Let me just make the anti-anxiety work. Great partner over here. Yeah, you really are. Love you, bud, you fucking creature. Niece's birthday is tomorrow. Ooh. Okay. So since you just said you drew a thing you were very proud of, I'm going to assume it's something related to that. All right, so let's make one of the alternate arms then, because I think I have this kind of planned, I guess. Wait, the arms should be in front. Ah, hell. Okay, there's no good way of doing this order of things. All right. Oh, that is really cute. Yep, that is very cute. Are you cool with me putting it on screen? Because this is cute. Legs, tail. Yeah, let's do one of these alternate arms. So this is arms 1. So let's make arms 2. Sure, okay. You know, photos sent to me on Discord. Not always cool to post into a stream. So, whoop. Oh, and I need to put this actually like up here. There we go. Oh, fun little birthday card. They got a little hat in the Horde. There's no doxing info. It's still good practice to ask. Yeah, there you go. I like that. It's a cute little detail. Thank you for sharing. No, up here. So we want the other arms to be visible, but mostly transparent for a bit. Remove these things from being visible for a moment. Okay, now we can draw in the arms. So I want arms that are like thicker because they're based on the pitcher plant's tail, which actually let's bring in that other tail just so that we have a bit of a size thing to compare with. Hi Barasha, you being a kitten? Yeah, a little screamy kitten right now. You want to play so bad. No amount of play for her is enough play. This is why we call you Kitten, because you are so kitten-coded. Then you have to may attempt to steal the card. Oh no. God, on the, I think the 7th, I have to definitely end stream at the 4-hour mark because my niece's graduation party is happening and I'm gonna swing on by and at the very least say hi. Kind of want this to feel like they have just like really big like paws. Yeah, Varasha is forever baby, aren't you? You are forever baby. She's literally at my feet just meowing at me. She's like, when are you gonna stop stream and play? Hells yeah, marshmallows. Hopefully they're better than the marshmallows I had the other day. Get big old pobs and connects like right up here. Which means that for the body lines, we actually want this to come up a little bit more. Man, everyone's gonna have to do so much like work on these. Nope, and Varasha's leaving the room. She's like, nope, you're not gonna play with me then? Fine, I'll leave. Nutritional art in a while. I mean, you did now. That's what matters, don't it? I was wondering what that racking sound was, and I realized that I took the mats out of the bathroom and put them in the wash, just in case. It's like they get washed semi-regularly, but, you know, ants in a bathroom, I'm gonna just wash them anyways. Felt oddly nostalgic to hold an actual pen again. Whenever I want to like really make myself want to draw again, I actually will get anything like traditional art wise, like new set of markers or like, you know, new brushes, some new paints, even just like a new sketchbook or something. And that just makes me want to do traditional art so badly. Let me erase away this. Yeah, ever want to fill up a sketchbook but never start? But when you do, you hate it. I I actually, at the start of all of my sketchbooks, put the date. And what sketchbooks I have finished, which there's not actually too many, but what sketchbooks I have finished, I actually put the date I finished it at the back. And I use that as a bit of a gauge for like, how long have I been doing this one? How much better have I gotten from the beginning to the end? Stuff like that. This is for drawing on the card. All right, they're really cute too. But I don't want to spend too much time with like work in progress sketches and such. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Although you are free to share stuffs in the Discord server if you wish. You know, I just use them as they're intended, sketchbooks. I also, like, I did go to college for art, so I do have a bit of a different history, or a bit of a different, not history, but like, I guess a different, not experience. I don't know the exact word I'm thinking of, but I do have, I'm just a bit different when it comes to average sketchbook stuff. For me, sketchbooks aren't something that has the final art in it. Sketchbooks are something that I put the work in progress art in. It's where I'm doing sketching. It's where I'm getting ideas down. It, like, once I've stopped seeing it as I need to make the final art pieces in this, it's made it a lot easier for me to work in a sketchbook because it's not going to be good. That's not what the sketchbook is for. The sketchbook is for not good things so that I can make good things later on like better paper or on my art program and things like that. Media and visual expression here. Yep, I completed 2 years of illustration in a year and a half. I did like a very expedient course. And then I dropped out after that because I learned what I wanted to learn. That's something I told them as well. I didn't plan on graduating unless I kept learning more things that I wanted to know how and how to learn better. And when I realized that I'm not really learning any more of the things that I really was there to learn, which was how to learn better, I dropped out. Funnily enough, I also didn't even think about it until like a week later or something that I didn't even say bye to anyone I knew. I literally went in for the first day of that semester, totally fine. And then at the end of that first day, as I was walking back, I was like, wait, why am I doing this? And I walked back in, filled out the paperwork to leave, and I just like left. So there's a good handful of people who know me personally who are like, yeah, that bitch just fucking disappeared, man, one day, man. This is just called an art book and a crash. Just you back, had to restart. Okay. Twitch, yay! I had to drop out first year due to medical issues. Oof, I'm so sorry. Like, hopefully you were able to learn a lot of things in that year. Like I said, I went in just to learn how to learn. And I use that knowledge almost every day. Like, I learned better what to look for, what I think I'm very confident at in art fields, and some stuffs to explore in the future. Wasn't a full year. Yeah. Shoot, what were we talking about that led into that? Oh yeah, you said that it was more of an art book rather than a sketchbook. I mean, there's no reason it can't be otherwise. Like, what is it? Whenever you make an art piece and you don't like it, it's always better the second time. Whenever you make an art piece and you do like it, it's always better the second time. It's like, especially when you sit down and you like really try to break down, like, why did I like this? And you just circle, like, you know, you just have your art here and you just like circle things and you circle and go, I like this angle. And it's like, it felt natural, and like other things you write on it. And you can basically dissect an art piece. You can also get a piece of tracing paper, put it on top of the piece, and then write everything on that, if you don't want to like accidentally ruin an art piece that you're really happy with. But it's like, you just take out those little notes, and it makes you better at making that again. And you'd be amazed. You'd be really amazed how just little things, even if it's like, I don't know why I'm writing this down, taking notes is not improving my writing ability or my drawing ability. And then later on, you're like, oh shit, but it was actually really good to point out what I liked about that art piece. And now I know I can look back at that and be like, why did that angle, like, why did I like that angle more? And you can like dissect it. You can learn. This will year drop out to take care of family and Medicala. Same for me, yeah. The big hugs, definitely going back if surgery helps. Fuck yeah. There's some things, but always wish I'd managed to get into the music mixing production part of my course. Oh, it's a shiny Rhydon. Damn. Look at that brown, tan, beige rock. Hot damn. Well, not every Pokemon's gonna get caught right away. Shoot, what were we saying? Can I give 20 points? No. You'll get plenty more. Just hanging out. It'll happen. Shoot, what was I talking about? Something about art. It's just a pain. Monday and Tuesday were fine. From Wednesday to Friday, taking painkillers to make the walk there and back. Then the rest of the weekend to make Monday and Tuesday tolerable. And honestly, proud of you for, like, dropping out while, you know, you recognized an issue, gotta leave. It's like, it's not optimal that you felt like you had to, you know, step away from learning if you were wanting to be there, especially paid to be there. But if you weren't able to do what you're there for, proud of you for being, you know, responsible enough to step away. I enjoyed the classes. Oh no, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed my classes. Sorry, topography. No Pokemon is safe around Hentabo. Yeah, Bun is a Team Rocket member. Hentabo, Bun, shorthand. Yeah, no, she'll straight up steal all the Pokemon. It's insane how often she's able to do so. Fuck typography. I had to make my own fonts for, like, Clip Studio. Like, I've made multiple of my own fonts for this program just to fill certain niches. I enjoy it, but gosh, there's so many rules and things to make it look right. Not even like art rules are made to be broken, but it's like, no, if I have this 2 pixels to the left, it looks like a middle schooler like drew it with their fucking boogers instead of like, you know, a font that it's legible. It's so hyper specific to make the little esoteric glyphs make logical freaking sense. And even then, one of those fonts I have to sit down and update, but you know, it's like, I enjoyed my classes a lot. I actually would go, like, I didn't expect to enjoy my classes as much as I had. There was, like, figure drawing. Huge plus from me. I did not expect to enjoy figure drawing and live model drawing as much as I did. One of the instructors at my school would actually host almost every day an extra like figure drawing thing in his classroom. Like, he would hire the model to pose in the classroom for, you know, like, was it some days it was up to 3 hours additional, but most of the time it was like an hour and a half to 2 hours. And I went for almost every single one of those. It's like, I really enjoyed my time at the school. Llama last the cloud crab. I almost said Cloud Slayer. I mean, that sounds fucking epic though. Llama last the Cloud Slayer. Anyways, Hello, what were you up to? How was your stream? We're gonna draw fonts on paper for the first week since our laptops apparently weren't linked to the school network. To be fair, that's actually a pretty good way of learning that stuff, though. Yeah, we're talking art things. Cloud? That says crab. Yeah, I said it for some reason. Digimon Sur- That is a game that I have actually looked at in the past, and I just have never like sat down to actually play it. Rock on. Crab attack. Natural shark now, I see. Yes, the iPhone that I use for my webcam, turns out it was like not receiving enough power through its USB cable to actually stay on if I was streaming every day. So it's currently just chilling there charging. And I was like, this is one of my backups. I didn't feel like using my using the old webcam with my face, because I would have to then adjust a bunch of my lighting and such in the office, and I just couldn't be bothered. So we're doing this. Wanna know those glasses? Oh yeah? What was so funny about them? I wanna know something funny. Make me laugh. And it's leggy. It's a little rough right here. Okay, bring back the arms. Rachel G, you don't have to answer if you know the answer. Interesting way of doing that. One thing that we had to do in my illustration class is we had what's the word? I'm trying to think. It's something I've talked about a lot in this stream, so I'm certain that there's regulars in chat who are upset at me for fucking forgetting again. Feedback day? I can't. No, that's not the right word. Critique day. That's it. Critique day. Yeah, we had critique day. So we would do a project for like we'd have like a 2-week long project, and and around halfway through the project, we would sit down and do a critique day where we just figure out, like, where is everyone at? We would take everyone's projects, put them on the board, and our teacher or instructor would go around and ask every single person to say something. Did not matter what it was. You have to say something on this person's art. And he would, like, just go up to the thing, point at the board, and point out one of the pieces, and he'd say, what are people's thoughts on this one? And yeah, I learned that people are real bad at critique. Not taking it. Well, I know one guy who was, but that's a different story than the one I'm telling you immediately, though I do want to tell that story, because goddamn, he was something. But yeah, a lot of the times it was like the same thing, because how many times can you say, I don't like the colors of this one? And he would try to egg people on to like say more, say more, say more. And yeah, people really struggled with that one. And then he'd call on me and I'd be like, here's a list. And I would have something to say every single fucking time. Something to say. He kind of stopped calling on me unless other people didn't want to speak up. Because it wasn't so much everyone needs to have critique on their art, which is true, but everyone needs to learn how to take critique and how to give critique and how to look at critique. That shit's important, yo. It's bad. Why is it bad? Because it is. Whenever she asked a question, I'd look around side and the only one raising her hand. Yep. Yeah, kind of similar mood. Like I feel you on that one. Trust me, there's a lot of shit I was really bad at in that school. It took me 2 hours to draw a human face I liked. Turns out I have prosopagnosia, and that's called face blindness. So I have a medical reason for it, but it still took me 2 hours to draw a single human face. There were times. All right, so let's put in these legs. Okay, make the arms semi-transparent. We need a new set of leggies. I want to have thicker legs with no tongue in them because they're supposed to be based on the pitcher plants. We're just made everything out of circles. And that's a mood to it. God, yeah, no, so okay. We're on a art college kick now, so I apologize for anyone who has heard me ramble about shit before, but we're on the kick now. So in that class, they're like, teacher, adamant, right? Adamant, you're not here for your style. Like, the way that this school worked, I like how I'm doing hand gestures. I don't have hands. I don't know if y'all can hear Varasha, but she is so screamy right now. You always sound so sad. The reason I'm not to answer is the rest of the class never allowed me to say the right thing. I hate our class, took a grade 8 because I draw whatever I'd want and be told what I'm drawing was an F because my teacher didn't understand it. I draw a lot of game scenery and painted journey for a painting project. He told me it was wrong because it represented real life. Never mentioned it had to be real life. You can hear good. Most of your characters are object heads or furs. Yeah, exactly. Typable text. So sorry. Nah, it's no problem. I do the same. Mood. It's just you got stuff you have to say. I'm so happy y'all can hear Varasha screaming. Yeah, so the way that this school worked was no matter what your major was, if you were there for digital media, like photography, if you were there to go into advertising, if you were there for freaking like 3D modeling, game design stuffs, did not matter. Every student takes the same classes year one. These are fundamental classes. This is like the basics of like scene composition. These are the basics of taking critique. These are like literally baseline art things. This is the figure drawing stuff. So we want to make sure you know how to draw at all. We want to make sure you know how to identify a problem, things like this, right? Some people were not very happy with this. And you could tell because, man, he was very clear. It's like, you cannot claim that doing something wrong is a style. You are not allowed that here. If you try that, it doesn't work here. Like, he was very clear about this. And sure enough, he, like, there were a few students who on critique day was doing the assignment wrong, just outright wrong. And they were adamant. It's like, no, this is just my art style. And you can guess what grade they got on those assignments. Because we were testing to see if you can draw a thing, not how it looks if you draw a thing. Because, you know, it's kind of a whole thing. Can you draw a bike? Or can you not? Well, I like unicycles more, so I'm gonna draw a unicycle. It's like, but can you draw a bike? I like unicycles. F. You know, stuff like that. It's like, man, I could tell that this was gonna drive some people fucking insane. And there's one student. Right, no, they said it's different. I wasn't saying that as a direct response to your thing. It just situations reminded me of other situations I had to experience. So there was one assignment. It was actually the last thing I made for this class too. Where you were supposed to draw your phobias. And I'm actually gonna grab mine because I am quite proud of this art piece. Oh no, okay, it's just called mycophobia. Ah! Can I please learn how to spell right? What? Hold on. Alright. Copy image, putting this on screen. For anyone who has mycophobia, which is a fear of mushrooms, I don't know, be aware, I'm going to be putting an image on screen that's based on mycophobia, which is a fear of mushrooms. So, paste. Bring this up to the top. My canvas is fucking huge. Whoop. Anyways, this is done traditionally. But no, I loved this fucking project because that's how I approach my fears. It's like, I'm trying to understand this shit. Can you eat it? Probably best not to. And it apparently, according to the instructor, there's very rarely people have overlapping fears for this. People end up wanting to make entirely unique, distinct ones, but it's not a problem if there is overlapping. And someone else picked mycophobia, but he didn't have mycophobia. I do. I absolutely do. Like I have such a fear of fucking mushrooms, but I also have a deep fucking fascination of them. It's where my fear comes from. It's from the deep fascination of them. So I knew exactly what mycophobia is and how to represent it. I know what that makes me feel, and I know how I can try to represent that for people who don't have that same feeling, which is a destruction of self. Mycophobia is not like, you know, a fear of eating them or something, or like a fear of being around them. It's a fear of like what they do to you. That's what it is. And of course, since Last of Us came out, a lot more people understand it now too. So hey, big win for mycophobia fans out there, but this was before that was really a thing. And this other student picked mycophobia, and he was representing it as a fear of eating mushrooms. And he in his art that he was making was like, you know, a big plate with like a mushroom on it, and like, you know, a big towering mushroom over top of it, like, you know, angrily like looking down at it with a fork and knife. And of course it comes to critique day, we're in like the middle of the project, and like, you know, both of ours were on the page. This was just a rough sketch. It didn't look like this at the time, but the core idea was here because of course it's critique day. It can very clearly change. And, you know, we get to his first, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing mycophobia. It's fear of eating mushrooms. And, you know, he was talking a little bit about it. And I was first to raise my hand. It's like, no, it's not. He goes, well, yeah, it is. I looked it up. It's fear of eating mushrooms. I go, and I pointed to mine, and he goes, I have mycophobia. It's not, I'm not afraid of eating them. I'm afraid of them killing me. And of course, with that being the basis of this discussion now, of like, your core concept is wrong, this guy got a lot of feedback of like, how can you make this fit the fear better? And I told him, it's like, your drawing does not elicit fear in me. It does not trigger mycophobia at all. And like, it's so, you know, everyone was bouncing off this guy. He was adamant that wasn't the case. Yeah, no, he actually got an F on that project, and I feel kind of bad, but not really. It was his own fault for this. But yeah, no, he outright disregarded every single piece of feedback, and he just continued drawing it from what he had without changing a damn thing. And so he actually failed that project because he did not understand what critique is. So, like, even if he changed it to still be a fear of eating, but like tried to work it a little bit better to make it more of a fear, or like even take in some of the feedback that people had given to make the art have more impact to it, then yeah, he would have actually done really well. He's a very competent artist. He did this thing in a beautiful, beautiful fucking, like hatching and inking method that actually put a ton of focus on the plate. And it was super well done. Yeah, he failed because he just completely ignored everybody. And again, I feel kind of bad because I did kind of set him up for failure on that one. But it's critique day and I had a critique. So I critiqued. And since part of the class is teaching you how to, you know, work in the real field of real artists, and someone has feedback, no, I don't like the feedback that you want this logo to be. I make your website logo what I want. You're fired as a fucking artist. And that was basically his reasoning. So I liked that class a lot, but there were some times. Technically, both would fall under mycophobia. Right, technically both would fall under mycophobia. And if he actually doubled down on the no, it's eating it portion of it, then he could actually try and make the fear more illicit and try, like, if he made it a human that was being eaten by a mushroom, that actually would kind of be awesome. Like, that also would feed into what I perceive as the fear of mushrooms. That would fit. That would do great. But no, he kept it as a mushroom that was being eaten by a mushroom. It's like, that's just nature. Every phobia is a fear of eating something. Why did they draw phobia? Wasn't there phobia? I don't know why they picked one that wasn't their phobia. Like instructor was pretty clear that pick one that you have, it's a lot better off for it. And this guy picked one that he didn't have. Anyways, it wasn't like, you know, he failed the class or something over this. He just got an F on that project. But that man was very salty for the rest of that semester. Stun evil mushroom messing up a giant tongue. That would probably do pretty well. Or just like, you know, eating a body part or something. It's like, yeah, that would have done great. Nah, mushroom eating a mushroom, man. That's the fear. That's what people don't like to see. They don't like seeing mushrooms eating mushrooms. I'm like, that's just not true. But yeah, you have the same thing with claustrophobia. Just, yep. It's like, yeah, just because your claustrophobia is only for underwater caves doesn't mean it's not claustrophobia. That is true. And yeah, they would both fall under mycophobia. And like I said, in a way, I kind of set him up for failure by saying that's not mycophobia. I have mycophobia. I'm doing mycophobia. It's obstruction of self. And the eating of it actually does go under it as well. Like, I don't want to eat fresh mushrooms. Like, the concept of that, it makes my skin crawl. But that's just because I am ingesting something that my irrational fear is telling me will corrupt the self and, like, destroy me from inside now. So it's like, similar concept, but like, I'll eat a cooked mushroom. I cook with mushrooms, that's fine, but I also have a deep fascination of my fears, so. Imagine mushroom, yeah. Draw an evil mushroom messing up a giant tongue. Brain went there too, yeah. It's like, and y'all have great ideas. Guess what? This is the critique day. Everyone had suggestions and ideas and art things. And guess what? That was actually one of the more vocal fucking critique days we had too. Because suddenly it wasn't just, oh, I don't like the art of this one. It's, okay, there's a core issue with this. Let's work together to try to solve it. And y'all are literally living the same experience of, like, what do we do to fix this? Okay, I identify the problem. And the problem was partially that I had voiced that the mycophobia is not what he had, which, strictly speaking, was actually wrong. How do you defend yourself? It's like, yeah, he didn't. He just doubled down. Arachnophobia is your fear. I can deal with bigger spiders, the tiny ones are scared of. Scared of all the tiny ones being everywhere, and even when I kill more come. And we actually have a very nice spider here, Captain Tio, who is like, who is such an amazing person and has a spider sauna, but it's literally made of like round shapes and is an inflatable pool toy and squeaks. And it's just, you just won't go, you just want to poke him. You just want to poke him and be like, aren't you a good little spider? Aren't you just a great little spider, aren't you? Yeah, look at Tio. That's a Tio just got poked right there. But like, you know, you don't see Tio running up to people in dark alleyways to be like, you know, to trigger fear responses. Because both that's incredibly rude, and also because that's just incredibly rude. But like, we don't attack our spider friends. Yeah, get over here, boops. You have automated machinery. Ooh, okay. Like, I can see it though, especially out of some of the horror stories we've seen from, like, you know, factories and such, both in Industrial Revolution and of areas where people were not doing the correct safety things. I'm just saying, most of the time it's kind of the fault of the person who had the incident, but that's a different point entirely. I said most of the time. But like, we can see what that can do to a person, and yeah, that's valid. A lot of people recently told me of helping deal with arachnophobia better. Hey, yeah, because a lot of the arachnophobia, look, herps, yay. But a lot of arachnophobia actually comes down to the circumstances in which we are taught to have arachnophobia. Like, there's, to my knowledge, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, there's only one entity that has a inbuilt fear, and even that is up for some debate, I found out, and that is snakes. Snakes, apparently, there's a dedicated place in your brain set to, is that a snake or not? And that is all it does. That is it. It is there to say, is that a branch or is that a snake? Okay, we good. And it just does that constantly on repeat. And then you have, you know, but we don't have that for spiders. And we don't have that for, like, you know, any other insects. Like, there's some innate fears based on that is dangerous that we had when, you know, evolving. But apparently snakes were the only ones that were so bad that it was like, oh no, that we have to have the snake-o-vision. Which, I fucking love the concept of having snake-o-vision. And so it begs the question, why is something like arachnophobia so common? Well, kind of is multifaceted. I'm not saying anyone that has arachnophobia should not have arachnophobia. I have a fear of mushrooms because I researched mushrooms. Phobias are irrational for a reason, all right? Just saying. But yeah, with spiders, we are kind of told to be afraid of them for a lot of the time, and then add on to that a fear of the unknown. It's like you don't see people like engaging with spiders too often. It's normally there's a spider in the house, get it out of the house by any means necessary. Zero attempts to learn or understand anything else. In fact, that's kind of why I'm surprised I have ants in the bathroom, because we keep spiders in this house. Like, I literally wintered some spiders. They were in the fucking laundry room. Like, spiders are bros here. Like, we have so much less mosquito issues than other people because of this. Like, we actively keep spiders. It's mechanophobia. Ooh, that's awesome. You know, that's why I tell people a lot. People listen to it, but it clicks for some. And honestly, the fact that it clicks for some is a lot, because that also puts less social pressure on individuals who have arachnophobia and have heard you to, like, maintain that idea, right? Maintain the idea that, no, they are just scary and I don't want anything to do with them. I'm gonna squish them every single time or whatever. It's like, there's less social pressure there, and that can actually help to alleviate that too. Because, like, you know, roommates in the place were all like freaked out by spiders, but I'm the animals guy, and I know that keeping spiders around is good for getting rid of every other insect, and spiders don't want to mess with people. That's just they're not interested. They're not coded for that. They're not built for that. Like, especially around here, we don't have any aggressive spider species. Well, wait, no, wait, we have one. I think it's the brown recluse, which is actually the most dangerous one, but it's very, very rare and uncommon to see in Minnesota, so we don't get those. But point being, it's like, all right, yeah. So now I just told them all, yeah, put it in a cup and take it outside if you need, but just leave them. They won't mess with you. And now they're all far more cool with spiders. It's like, we all call them our spider bros. It's like, yeah, this spiders. And anyways, it's like, yeah. It's just, there's a certain level of societal impact to all phobias, to be frank. But again, and I cannot stress this enough, a phobia is classified as an irrational fear for a reason. Just because you can logic something away does not mean that you should be ashamed for having a phobia. Is just, you know, do what you can to work with your phobia, not despite your phobia, or work despite your phobia, not for it. I guess that's a better way of phrasing it. Fears are tried. Exactly. And I'm not saying that everyone has to. Like, you know, if one of the people here was like deathly afraid of spiders, no matter what we had done, I'll be like, okay, that's great. Let me know and I'll go deal with it. That's easy.
Don't concentrate on the finger.
I'm always been the animal guy. Even before the whole I draw furries thing. Yeah, I also forgot to feed the frogs until just before stream started. They would have been fine. I would have fed them right after stream, but like literally about 10 minutes before stream went live, I had to feed the poison dart frogs. Just, you know, talking on animals for a second. I have a weird fact about brown recluses. What's your weird fact about brown recluses? Bees actually evolved due to their fears. Bees actually evolved due to their fears. Really? That's fascinating. Are we looking at ceiling 100 stars are there in your bedroom? Yeah, and stuff's like that, you know. I don't think that's an irrational fear to be like, there is a bunch of something I do not know. And yeah, however you responded, I don't blame you. No matter how disappointed I may be in what something was, I don't blame you. But yeah. The reason beekeepers wear white is because bees determine anything of a darker color as a threat due to the fur color of wildlife. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. It's hard for you to choose a primary phobia. It's a three-way tie between trapped in a lucid dream, no way of waking up, isolationism, and heights. Yeah, heights, I can get that. Okay, oh gosh. Honestly, I don't think you even have to have a primary phobia. Also, all three of those would be a fascinating drawing prompt. A large machine can still kill you, so the fear remains. Frogs. Fuck that on legs though, they're not spiders and they keep claiming to be, and they're unsolicitedly climbing on me. I mean, honestly, just don't like things. It's fair to not like things that are unsolicitedly climbing on you anyways. Like if I was suddenly climbing on you, you'd be like, you know, and hitting me with a fucking umbrella or something. I think that's just kind of a universal thing, but I mean, you know, valid. I'm getting so distracted with these discussions that I don't know if I'm gonna finish this freaking art today. I mean, I'm making different variations, so really all I have to do is just keep making variations and we're fine. Brown recluse is one of the few deadly spiders, yes. However, not everyone reacts to their bites. They have a protein in the venom that reacts to a protein in the human body. If you don't have the protein for you, it won't react and have the necrosis from it. If you have it and get treated soon enough, you should be fine and not have bad necrosis. That is fascinating. That is actually fascinating. And I would fully believe that too. Phobia conversations? Oh no. Scared of guns for real action. I moved to America and a friend asked to show me one. He's in the military and just hearing the real life sounds are gonna be touch mess with. I couldn't. In fact, he told me after that the mag was loaded but not in, almost stopped from being friends with them on my hoe. Knew it was safe. I trusted them. Just didn't know. So you maybe freaking want to run. That is good. That is genuinely a good fear. As an American. Like, God. So, fun fact. Apparently, I've owned a gun for a long time. So recently I decided to look up like antique rifles, right? So, you know, trigger warning, gun discussion. But yeah, I wanted to look up antique rifles. I was like, man, what would be an interesting, like, what would be like interesting rifle stuff? So I decided to look up some stuffs. And I found out that a lot of rifles, a lot cheaper than I thought. Like, a lot cheaper than I thought. Like, I fucking found a lever action Winchester with engravings on it and was working, like certified was working, from a reputable seller, not just some random schmuck on the internet, for $600. I'm like, I thought that bitch was gonna be like fucking 4K or something. Like an actual antique lever action that's functional with engraving and like extra filigree on it. I'm like, what the fuck? And so because of this, I decided I was going to look into a rifle that my dad owned. Or yeah, my dad owned. Because, you know, for anyone unfamiliar, my father was in the military, and yeah, military for 20 years. And he is a very respectable man, very intelligent man. And I found out recently, incredibly good at pool. He fucking destroyed me. It's like, good God, that man. But I remember this old rifle that he had, which was a Springfield, a World War II Springfield sniper rifle. And I was going to contact him and be like, hey, do you still have this? Because it would fit this niche really well. And I just kind of want to have some like antique thing. And when I say that I remembered him having this, it's because it was a rifle that he had taken me out to fire when yeah, like many years ago when I was a kid. Like, he had taught me how to fire weapons safely, and he put the fear of rifles in, he put the fear of guns in me, which has now come out as, well, I have an interest in stuffs that I have a fear of, and I know how to handle these things very safely. So I contacted him, I was like, hey, do you still have that old rifle? And he goes, no, I never had a Springfield. The fuck you talking about? Yeah, it turns out I totally misremembered what the weapon was. But point being, he said that he had sold it because it was actually having some jamming issues. So, you know, he sold it off and he bought me a gun. And I went, when did you do this? He went, about like a month after we shot it. What do you mean? So anyways, I go over to his place later. And like, yeah, sure enough, he fucking bought me a gun. It, for anyone who's a gun head, and I'll translate afterwards, it is a Remington 22 rimfire in camo. And for translation's sake, for everyone who doesn't know rifles, Remington, weapon manufacturer, makes, in this case, kind of a mid-tier weapon. This was a one painted like camo. It was, and it looks like it is designed to be kid's first hunting rifle. Like, we're gonna go out getting squirrels, kid, because 22 is not very strong. 22 caliber is not very strong. It's one of the weakest you can get. It overlaps with handguns. So having a rifle that's in handgun size, you know, it's not really that powerful. And rimfire is just the type of ammunition that it fired. So yeah, it's just a small, weak fucking rifle. I was like, oh, this is mine. Kid's first hunting rifle. I'm trying to not be like, you know, this is gonna be bad. But, you know, it's for the type of families where it's like, we go out and hunt our own deer type of families, you know? It's like, you gotta teach them on something that doesn't have recoil that's gonna fucking break their shoulder. And something that's light, so that way if they point it a little wrong, you can grab it out of their hands instantly. Shit like that, right? I'm really trying not to elicit the phobia response, I promise. Anyways, so I go over to his place, I check out the rifle, and my first thought with this thing is, what if I can take it apart? He goes, Well, and it hasn't been used since, you know, you were a child. It had like a layer of dust on it. It was genuine. Like he had moved states like 4 fucking times, right? Hunting can actually be really good for the local population if done correctly. Yeah, he's like, I don't know anything about this thing. Like he just genuinely did not know what the state was. So I was like, okay. So I sat down, I took it apart on his fucking dining room table. I have never taken apart a rifle before in my fucking life, and I actually fully disassembled this thing, figured out how it worked on the inside. We fucking cleaned it up, lubricated it, and we took it outside and fired it. And very surprisingly, I missed the fucking target. Almost every single shot missed. And I was really trying my best to aim this thing. It was like 30-ish feet, maybe 35 feet. Like, it wasn't terribly far. I missed almost every single shot. And once we were through an entire magazine of this thing, which is probably, I think we put in a total of like 25 rounds in it. Yeah, went up and took a look at the target. So, you know, imagine this is the target.
Stretch your wrists, Zay.
Or
else.
Okay, I will in just a moment. Imagine this was the target. Every single shot was up here. Meaning, my aim was still good since I was a child. The weapon was just sighted wrong. I am so proud of myself. The last time I fired a gun was when I was a fucking child. And I still remembered all of the gun safety, all of the stuffs. I had basically repeated everything back to him because fear of rifles. I don't fuck with those things unless I know I'm fucking with them. And this one I had freshly disassembled. And it was a good shot. It was just sighted wrong. And that's hilarious to me. Okay. A phobia of dying, which is that, oh my gosh. If you're on a machine, evaporate and escalate with no reaction, but there's still a human element attached. Oh my gosh. Other phobias I have, weird one, fear of unknown, what's in front of me, as long as dark water is the same as fear of dark waters we cannot see. Thalassophobia is fear of open dark waters. To specify, I fear automated machinery, not operating. Okay, yeah, I read that one. Phobia of dying is often related to death anxiety more than anything, because thanatophobia refers to fear of death things, which I don't fear. Interesting. Living most of Canada most of your life, because we don't have that big of knives on us without being taken away in public. We'll learn one day, but it's fear of person behind the gun, not the gun itself, or like how a gun to be used, or in fact, it's fucking everywhere. Yeah, these are valid responses. Fear of not knowing if someone has a weapon on them is a lot higher than in Canada, but Canada is still a chance, of course. Yeah, that's a really annoying argument I see for people who have guns in the States. Like, oh, but you can get them in Canada. It's like, I don't fucking care. I want to be clear as well. When I say like, oh, I might be getting a rifle, I'd be getting like a single shot thing that has like a human history to it as like antique thing, and I'd be keeping it maintained and probably like never shooting it except on rare occasions. Like I'm one of those of the opinion of like, yeah, I'll own a gun, but also if there's ever an issue, I'll take it to a bandsaw. I don't care. I'll fucking cut it in half if that's like the safe thing. Like the people who had M16s, and of course after some of the earlier mass shootings, they were like, all right, and they just destroyed their M16s. Like, I don't want something that can be used for this, just outright. It's like that's my take. But yeah, it's it's like, fuck weapons, fuck guns, just fuck guns. I don't like, fuck those things. We don't need guns, not to the degree we have them. I don't care. All right, ad starts in 1 minute 13 seconds. I get him because your husband is Texan. I was gonna guess Texan, but I didn't want to stereotype that bad. By the way, whenever the shark is leaning down like that, that's because I'm leaning into the mic. Because there's guns out there, I truly believe, and I own the house for emergencies. Yeah, and it's an unfortunate cyclical cycle for, you know, areas like Texas, where it's like, well, I have a fear of everyone having one. I guess I need to fucking get one. And that is annoying and frustrating. That is so frustrating, but that is also a reality. It's like, well, fuck. And I hope that you can actually do stuff that you are like comfortable with. Like you can be in an environment that you're comfortable with, having people who you are comfortable with showing you how to do things in a way that you are more comfortable with, and you can work within the fear that you have as well. With movies because of military tech, it's scary and hot as fuck, dude. Yeah, I can't imagine being in Texas. That shit's hot. I'm so sorry, Bun. Bun, a non-American who is gonna have to move to America with me. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Please issue if they think you have one. It's a whole thing. Oh shit, the ads are starting. The ads are starting. The ads are starting. I'll see you all in like 3 minutes. I'm gonna sit on the couch and eat a handful of gummy bears.
Zay stealing them Bezos bucks.
Bun and Dreamy feeling each other up in chat, apparently. They got you, and I'ma eat only American-made rifles, cause I'm American. No, gummy bears. I ate a handful of gummy bears, and that was a lie. I ate 2 handfuls of gummy bears. Thing is, the driver fear comes from growing up at homemade air compressor in the workshop. Oh god, yeah. One was allowed to shook half the damn building when it was on. It couldn't around the building whenever it was on. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's very fair. That thing's just, yeah. Just that description was like, yeah, that thing's gonna be fucking loud. Shoot. So we have legs and more legs. So we have 2 versions of legs. 1 second. I'm gonna freaking color code my different body parts of this. Like head. You know what? Fuck. No, not red. Let's do orange for head. Tail is getting yellow because that's the next color down in this thing. Red is gonna be the, I'm going to delete these. Oh yeah, no. Legs get green. I was actually correct on that one. Arms are blue. And the main body is purple. Wow, that's every single body part. I'm amazed. Gummy bolt. Oh yeah, and he says that one's caused by American-made leg. Yep. Yeah. But no, in case there's any concern, like, Bun, I'm sorry if this chat is one that's actually like upsetting to you. But yeah, no, if it matters at all, like up here in Minnesota, we don't really see weapons. It's like, obviously we have people who hunt. That's like it. Although my mom got her fucking conceal and carry license, which is kind of what started this whole thing, was my mother got a conceal and carry license, which I thought was super bizarre. I was like, that seems so out of place. And then I remembered that she grew up in a town of like 2,000 people in North Dakota, where literally the art credit in their high school was taxidermy, and you got bonus points if you're the one who got the animal. So like, you know what? That's actually fair. It's like, yeah, you know what? No, that it's actually more strange that you didn't have a weapon for this long, huh? Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Would I eat that? Yes, I would eat that gummy. Wait, what's it made out of? Turns out I can't actually have a lot of gummies, which is a real freaking shame. All right, so we have 3 different head styles, 2 different tail styles, 2 different leg styles, 2 different arm styles. Theoretically, this is enough to actually have a finished ref. Did we have a skeet shooting club in high school? We did. I don't know if that was still a thing though. Like, I don't actually know if that continues. As someone who moved here not long ago, I promise I've not seen much, especially if you stay at home. It's just unsightly to see signs saying no weapons allowed. I will warn, when you get to the airport, it'll be telling you everywhere it's not allowed there. Hope it kind of helps, but that's all I will say. Yeah, no, like, me and Bun have gone and visited each other multiple times. And like, she would probably be here right now if you know, her visiting wouldn't actually cause a problem in trying to get the visa. All right, what's another element that I should make here? So for the head, we have 3 different head styles. We have like we have a water lily, vaguely based on a certain type of corpse flower. I forgot the name of it. And we have like kind of the more default. For the tail, we have, oh, I'm gonna turn that back on. The tail, we have the pitcher plant and the Venus flytrap, which is the more default version. For the legs, we have the bigger leg and the much thinner leg with a tongue in it. For the arms, we have the really thick arms with no tongue, and then the thinner arms with a tongue. I'm trying to think, like, what's another animal, or what's another plant that we were talking about? I think a sundew based tongue was an option. Yeah, I think we're gonna try a sundew based tongue. Why would her visiting cause problems getting a visa? Because the visa is a K1 visa. It's a marriage visa. Like we're engaged. So I should probably actually say that. Like we're engaged. And you know, when you already have that visa in the works being made, getting another visa, a traveler's visa, and visiting during that can cause some problems sometimes, because sometimes people will think it is like you're trying to get around the visa process and you're trying to like get into the country through this other means because, oh, it's taking too long or something like that. The immigration folks have to be very fucking gun shy. Wow, that is bad phrasing in this one, but the actual turn of phrase, they have to be very gun shy when it comes to people immigrating in. Sorry. Oh yeah, Magic Gathering has an expansion called Duskmourn, in which some of the creatures were abstract horror monsters and named after different kinds of fears. Oh, that sounds fucking baller. These are deal long distance solo in Canada. South Carolina was wild. Yeah, no, we had to go across the pond. She was over Norway. Yay. The internet makes the world so much smaller, but also the world is not any smaller. There's something there, but didn't want to be weird. Yeah, that's fair. I'm kind of used to people knowing that we're together at this point. So, you know, new people, that's a thing. All right, so yeah, we are going to make the Sundew Arms. Arms 3 variation. Visiting Bun? No, I've already visited Bun. That's been done. Oh yeah, no, it will get better. As in, we're just waiting on the paperwork being finished. Like, all I have to do is check my email every day. And sometime between... What month is this? The 4th month? Yeah, theoretically between this month and fucking April, March, June. Yeah, like end of June, theoretically within this frame. You know, I can visit her just fine. The problem is her getting a visa when she's already applied for a visa. That's why, that's kind of where the problem may be. Me getting a traveler is like not an issue at all. Long distance time zones. Yeah. My chat has not come to a unified choice on the floor of the gummy bowl. Leading theories are mango and orange. I would say orange because, like, you don't normally see mango gummies as frequently, but they're also, you know, they're like a kobold. They're a more exotic entity. They're not a bear, so I mean, they could be a freaking papaya. And then fucking Malaysia or something. Oof, the gummy snake character. They might be a bit sour. Yo. All right. I love when there's like, I love when I am distracted in chat because of like, you know, all the discussion going on, but also, man, distracted in chat. It was my choice. Dragon fruit. Ooh. Okay, fair. Can I come back? Bun, you can come back. We're now talking about just like long distance relationship stuffs. Should this just be like the standard arm, but it just has like all of the stuffs on the tongue? I feel like that's a little bit boring. And dragon fruit, don't forget dragon fruit. Yep. Yeah, we're discussing dragon fruit. Dragon fruit looks rad. I made a adopt based on a dragon fruit before. It's great. Try dragon fruit, see if I like it. Returns also potential seedy texture. The seeds don't really have much weight on the tongue. Like, they don't really make much of an impact. Like more so than strawberry seeds, obviously, but it's the same idea for strawberry seeds, where it's like, yeah, they're there, but that doesn't really impact the texture too much. The real thing is that you need to get the right dragon fruit. There's like 4 different varieties. If you get one with white flesh inside, then it's going to taste like nothing. Like the white flesh varieties have like no predominant flavor to them. And there's like a purple fleshed variety and a red flesh variety. Those two have far more impactful flavors, but they're a bit harder to get a hold of. And then there's one that has yellow skin instead that I think is a lighter taste, but not as light as the white fleshed ones. Drink lots of juices and stuff. Hello, border neighbor. Hello. I think I have more people that are not from the US in my streams than from the US. I'm doing this shit for a long time. It's just been the consistent thing for some reason. Like, I love it. I'm exposed to so many other cultures. And I have to explain the weirdness of the Midwest salad so many times. Nice meeting you, Zay. I'll be getting off now as we're getting to bed and we're going to be VTuber rigging. Good luck. Have fun. That stuff is such an amount of effort. And hope to see you in the future. But if not, I hope you have a wonderful time with everything you have going on in your life. Pleasure meeting you. Take care. Do a poll at some point and see where everyone in your community is from. I don't think I'd want to, just because I don't want people to feel like they have to like announce their location, even if it would be through totally anonymous means and such. But what I can do is I can actually look at my viewer demographics on Twitch, and it tells me where the majority, like by percentage, where my viewers are from. Of course, that's, you know, not accounting for VPNs or whatnot, but that's fine with me. That's why I know that a majority of my viewers are not American. Make scheduling a pain. Yeah, I just kind of stream at a time that works for me. If I stream it, they will come type of vibes. If it doesn't fit within their schedule, then, I mean, it doesn't fit within my schedule either, so to stream at a time that's good for them. So that's just how I have to do it. Mine is Denmark, apparently. Get out of here! Shoo! 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 It's fucking same brain cell, god damn it, bun. I think it's because the times you stream at, probably everyone over the monitor don't have to work. Gamasa, when I first started streaming, like, admittedly like 10 years ago, that's a joke. It was longer than 10 years ago. But when I first started streaming, I actually streamed at 6 p.m. I would stream at 6 p.m. and I actually would go until like midnight a lot of the times. Where there's so many people on it. What, so many Americans on at like 8 a.m. American time? Because you're part of their morning routine. There was a streamer that I watched that would start streams at like 10:30 in the morning my time. Fucking loved his content too. He eventually like had to change his schedules and everything. It was this whole, the whole thing or do. But no, he just became part of my morning routine, really. They need sleep. I mean, who's to say they're not going to sleep at an earlier time? I don't think I'm gonna end up making the paid version of this, because, oh, I never started the fucking timer! Oh my god. How long have I been live? Oh, okay, no, the timer ends at the set time, so it's not the other way. Okay, so no, I do have an hour and a half. Oof. Huh. I mean, it just sets the... I pick the end time and it counts down to that point. That's how I have it set up. The ISP I've wanted to stream for a long, then you switch to upload speeds have been too slow. Ugh. Fucking, I hear you. Long time. At least one time, you and a friend were hanging around one night and you were streaming on Picardo. That was... I've never streamed on Picardo. So, I've only ever streamed... Oh god, what were the sites? Livestream.net, Tigerdile, and Ustream, and Twitch, obviously. You get an extra 4 hours of stream. You're more likely to get that tomorrow. Like, tomorrow is going to be the draw pile stream with Felis Randomist, and that, I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. Do the maximum of 10 up, 0.5 down, fasting available here. Haven't no stream since I moved. Ugh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I had a group knocking on my door recently you know, as we call them, door knockers, that were with a big name ISP company, internet service provider company. And they were like, hey, you know, we're going around letting you know that fiber is getting installed, and we have, you know, we're going to be providing service in this area, and you know, here's our packages and everything, and like kind of doing their whole shtick, right? And here's the deal. I already knew this. I already knew that there was fiber getting installed. I've known since before fiber is getting installed. I'm following the fucking company that's installing the fiber, so I know when it's installed in my area, because fuck Comcast. Like, the people who knocked on my door weren't Comcast, to be clear. But like, fuck Comcast. I absolutely despise that company. And I'm forced to use them. They're the only ones that have speeds sufficient for me to stream in my area. Just full stop, only ones. So, and I want to drop them so bad that I'm following a company responsible for making more, like, for making better lines. And they're going to be providing services as well. So it's not just like, oh man, they're putting in the stuffs, but you can go with us to actually get the internet. It's like, no, they're providing internet through the lines that they're installing. And this was my mindset when I heard them talk about this. Like I wasn't telling them the stuffs, but that was on my mind the moment that they were like, hey, yeah, no, we work with blank and blank. We're going to be doing internet stuffs nearby. I was like, well, that's good for them. So they were asking me, like, you know, their 20 questions, because they got me to open up the door. So they're going through the list of, like, you know, oh, how much internet do you use? You know, over a terabyte a month. We have to get the terabyte plus package. Like, oh, how much do you pay? Like $160, $170 a month, somewhere in that. I think it's $166 a month. They're like, oh, well, we can provide stuff for much lower than that. And I was like, I bet you can. Just like not really approving them, but like not dismissing them either, right? And they're like, oh, you know, so are you interested in getting like fiber when it comes around? I go, actually, yes, I've been already working on getting fiber in the area. And they went, oh, really? So, you know, are you gonna get it through us? I went, nope. They went, well, okay. Any particular reason why? I went, well, because we've been fucked over by big businesses for ISPs for so long that I don't really trust them anymore. Because of course theirs was a big business ISP. And that goes into a whole history thing with the city, by the way, which that's actually a true fact for the city. The city has actually been fucked over because of Comcast for a long ass time. So, you know, fuck them. I'm not going through with the big business group. And they were so taken aback by this. They were like, but we'll provide better speeds than other ISP that you're going to be going with. And I was like, I'm certain that you won't. It's like, we'll have better prices. Actually, I'm certain that you probably will. It's like, there's people around the corner that are going with our ISP. And I go, I'm proud of them. I'm real happy for them. Like, just completely non-negotiable with any of my responses, not giving any room for him to be saying anything to entice me into their plans. And what's really funny was the guy was getting kind of annoyed at me, which, you know, kind of fair. I wasn't really giving solid answers. I'll give him that. But this is the reason why I don't have a no soliciting sign, by the way. But like, you know, he was getting kind of annoyed at me for spending all this time with him. And especially since I'm pretty certain he was training a new guy. So there was a guy with him that he was seeing not get any headway with me. So thankfully I didn't have to use the like trump card I had about him, which, you know, he's going door to door trying to do this door-to-door salesman for an ISP that's coming to our area soon because of fiber being installed, which, by the way, the fiber was literally installed in my yard. Like, it's literally through my yard. There was a fiber line. It's just not fully established yet. God, I'm so excited. But yeah, his company was gonna have to piggyback off of the other company's fucking line that they installed. So all of his talks about like, oh, we can provide so many speeds. We can do all this stuff. So we can do this and this and this. I'm like, yeah, so can the people who installed the lines. I was so hoping that he'd keep pushing so I can drop that, but sadly, he decided to leave at that point before I could. So yeah. God, I'm so aware of internet speed stuffs. You have no idea. We're gonna get assigned for other reasons. Door to door is very nice. Oh, in case you're gonna attack them then, Bun? Is that your fear? That you'll just like suddenly attack people who are going door to door? What about Girl Scout cookies? You gonna attack Girl Scout cookies? Beware of rabbits. I do actually want to add a tongue into this too. I don't really think I like this texture inside of this. Like, let me just see what this looks like without the texture. It's really hard to tell. Because also you can't have... She's weak. Isn't weak, she will. Yeah, no, we don't need Girl Scout cookies. Apparently you can find their actual original recipes. Like the entire cookbook that they gave out to be like, here's how you can raise some money. You can bake these at home. Here's what you can do. Like when it was actually like, you know, trying to support the Girl Scout movement properly and not just make a ton of money. Yeah, you can find those recipes. You can make them at home. Like it's not quite, you know, the recipes that they're using now, but I think it's probably for the better. Okay. Is there a way to get mobile internet akin to your Wi-Fi that's fast enough to stream, or do I have to go through broadband or fiber? Fiber better, but there should be mobile ones that are pretty good. Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna say. If you ever have the choice, then go with fiber, but in the UK, not really that likely for almost any area. But yeah, you can look up you can look up mobile networks and see what's offered. But yeah, as a warning that Tio gives, even if the speeds are said to be good, there is a chance it gets congested really easily depending on the area that you're in and the times that you plan on doing the stuffs. Like, it's something to look into. Especially if you can find a group that lets you do like a trial period or has like, you know, you can get this plan for like 1 month and just be like, how fast is this? Can I stream on this? Is this possible? And gives you like a month to like test it out. Oh, Goopy Hands. Yeah, it's Goopy Hands. And I want to still add in a tongue, but it's going to be a shorter tongue because this one's based on vaguely on a sun drop. We're just going vaguely on a sun drop. Please, if I'll just chill out. Yeah. It's like, I hear you, but damn, that's pretty lazy. What we're having, apparently, his company is trying to connect us and keep running into a conflict based on an alert button my mom used to have. Key phrase, used to. I'm also aware of it and tried to flag it as an exception, but it keeps failing. Oh, that's annoying. God. When I was a kid, the Comcast line at... God, fuck Comcast. The Comcast line when I was a kid was just like buried in the rocks around the house. Like, you know, house, you know, door to the house, you know, garage door, all this stuff, whatever. There's like, you know, this like little rock pile that just kind of like surrounded everything. So, you know, there's just like this little decorative rock things, and it kept grasses from growing up against the side of the house, whatever. When the original Comcast guys installed the line, they just like dug up some of the fucking rocks and just laid it like loosely inside the rocks. And guess what? Shit got cut a lot. Because the rocks were sharp fucking rocks. Like they weren't like round river stones or something. They were goddamn rocks. So, we had them come out a lot to fix our fucking internet line. Gravelova. Yeah, and of course, you know, I now own a house, right? I have my own house. Great. I've already like making improvements to it. I'm upgrading it. I'm going to be getting the fucking fiber line when it becomes available. Oh my God, I'm so excited. But... There is one thing that was very funny, you know, so fucking funny that we had to deal with. So, you know, I was upgrading the garden in the backyard, like the little flower box that we have. I was making it bigger. And I was installing mulch in the thing, right? So when I was installing the mulch, when I was digging up some of the plants and doing all that stuff, underneath the like old, like what was left of their mulch and just like an inch underneath the ground, there was a black cable that came up like this in my garden bed. This cable was not in the ground. It was in the garden bed. I was like, well, that's not supposed to be there. So, like any normal person, when you have a random cable coming out of your fucking garden, which had so much excess that it looped. This isn't me like showing it went forwards. No, it was so loose, it literally made a vertical loop when I had it. So of course I called the city because, hey, I have a random cable in my ground. I'm gonna call the city. It became Comcast problem. Because guess what they never fucking installed? For the previous owners. Yeah. So they had to go through the whole, and I did not make that easy for them. Like, for the company. For the people who are installing it, I'm not their fucking problem. Like, I'm not gonna make life hard for them. But for Comcast as a company, I was like, no, you're fixing it. It's like, oh, we can offer you, nope, you're fixing it. All right, well, we'll be out there and like blank. It's like, nope. Nope, the city's upset at you, dude. That's getting sent out. You're fixing this. I can call the city again. I can tell them, hey man, they're not doing it. They're not gonna fix it. And hit you with guys with another fine. Like, fuck Comcast. Again, the people I'm dealing with, I try not to be an asshole to people. But when it comes to the business as a whole, I'm like, listen, I know you're the human I'm talking to for this, but you're currently representing the entire company, and I'm not making it easy on Comcast as a whole. All right. So you can either work with me or you can work against me. I know you are not paid any more either way. And I called the mayor. No, I threatened to submit another report. Although knowing my life, it wouldn't surprise me if I somehow knew the fucking mayor. Like through some like means I've actually like, wait, no. Fuck, I did meet the mayor once. God damn it. At the freaking Art Space Apartments, I fucking met the mayor during an event there. I don't know if they're still the mayor. But I did in fact meet the mayor. I don't know, that may have actually been the same event where like the head of the fucking art and culture like group of the actually kind of large area fucking announced that me and another person in the building were collabing on making a children's book. I don't know if it was the same like big event as that. If that is, then that means that the fucking mayor basically saw me get directly called out too, which is kind of funny. The mayor's a furry now. Oh my god. That burps. I'm drinking fizzy water. It is making me burpy. I saw on the couch, I ate some gummy bears. I have fizzy water, it's making me burpy though. I'm a little shark. You went fishing. Oh no, catfishing. Make sure the hot singles in your DMs are actually hot singles and not just Neo over there fishing. Men fear me. Fish want me. Oh, you already got a pan pour. Get wrecked, you already got that monkey. Monkey. Head desk. Hey, Bun, how you doing? Sorry I was stressed you out a lot earlier. Ah. Okay, you're doing all right. Alrighty. We almost have 3 different arm variations. Should I do the same variation for the legs? I kind of feel like I shouldn't. Like, we should have... I'm trying to figure out why that's a lot of anxiety. Okay. That's a later thing then. Or a not thing. You get what I mean. But yeah, I kind of want to have like 3 variations of legs, 3 variations of arms. There's the 3 variations of head currently, but I kind of would like 4 variations of head. But I would like, I think having one of the sets of arms and legs not match. Because like currently we have the default version, we have a tongueless version that is based on a pitcher plant. I think it'd be fun to have a version that is like, you know, we have the sundew for the arms, but there isn't a sundew for the legs. Just to kind of push people in the direction of thinking of these things as there's always more, like there's always more options. There's always more things you can do. They don't have to be symmetrical and match. They can be a little odd, a little weirdo. Okay, this leg for a second. So with that in mind, what is the leg going to be? Because this will be the 3rd leg style for the freebie one. God, I would love to have like 5 of each variation for the paid one, but the only one I can think of is the hibiscus for the head or tail. Sippies. Okay. Spiral leggy. Bun, I hate that you made this suggestion. God damn it, that sounds so good. God damn it. Okay, now I need to make a delete me version for arms 3. Delete all the stuff's there. Now we have to go through. Wait, get back so I can just copy that because I do like that red. All right. Delete the file. Corpse flower but inverted so it looks like pants. It's a funny idea. God, there was a... Okay, I think we're gonna go with the spiral, by the way. Like, it unravels like a spiral. So it would be like, instead of, you know, opening up like this, it is like kind of normal up here, but then it like unfurls. And like the feetsies are over here type of thing. So like, instead of having the tongue inside, the whole mass is the tongue, kind of. Which, funnily enough, is actually still a sundew. It's very similar to a lot of sundew style. Now, do I have... Yeah, no, the whole arm should be blocked out. All right. So we have all of the, very possibly all the arms for right now. Oh. Duh. Merge that down. There we go. The tongue was separate. You know. Keep default on for just right now. All right, now we gotta try and do the... Wait. Yeah, no, we have to fill in this part. Because this is in front of the layer behind. There we go. Carrot legs. That'd actually be kind of funny for the for one of the paid ones. It's just like, here's a really silly one. Okay, legs 3. Make these legs mostly transparent. Don't have that visible for right now. And this one looks there. All right. So we got 14 minutes for the next ad break, and then potentially that's the last ad break. We need tail 1. There's a little bit there that we didn't want. Okay, back to legs 3. Okay, these ones can be kind of thin. It's like the limbs should be something that is able to catch prey. The tail doesn't have to be, but they need to eat, and the limbs are kind of specialized for this purpose. So I don't want to have like flower petals for legs, or, you know, it's like, so there being carrot legs. I mean, it's kind of funny to imagine inside the tongue is actually a lure made to look like a carrot. So it's like, you know, carrot on a string vibes. Which I say that aloud, that actually sounds kind of funny now. Round little toesies. Okay, and now we do the other leg. Yeah, I do definitely want to have one that just has a big flower tail. I just don't know if I want that to be in the free one or not. I think that the last tail style should be a passive plant. It shouldn't be like a hunting plant. Just trying to think what I'd like to have. I keep thinking of the fucking hibiscus, and I don't like that. The this thing, I think that's too complicated for the intended free one. Okay, undo those. Could do a type of mushroom. Or corpse flower. Like the style that has like the big long trunk on it, rather than the style I'm using for the head. He's got little beans for toes. This last toe is weird looking. Hooray! Oh yeah, we have to put the spirally doodad here. Don't want it to feel fully like uniform in how it unravels. I don't really know why, but I feel like that just sounds interesting. Okay, and disease is at the end of that. Okay, so this unravels this way. That means this one has to unravel this way. Oh, I just realized that's supposed to do like that. So I have to undo all of that I just did. I was like, this is feeling weird. Yeah, found out why. Because you're supposed to have it go down slightly at the ends. Wow, you didn't correct me. It's all your fault. Look at you, carrot legs. It's all your fault. Okay, progress. Fucking Deep Stone Crypt music. I don't really jumper. When I hang you with jumper cables, carrot legs. A little bit too much on that one. Also, that's just like... God, carrot legs in that one. I don't know why. Okay, wait, what do I have? We have the one in the middle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11 is the toes. So we have 1, 2... And then this one is 3. Make this a little bit bigger. And 3, 4, 5. I have total focus right now. 6. Yep, the little pop-up just told me, hey, there's an ad gonna be starting soon. I'm like, great. 7, 8, 9, 10. Then, oh yeah, no, that is correct. That is correct. That is correct. We do this. That. 10. God damn, can I ever draw a line? And then 11. Okay. So what we do now is we just go through and we erase away all these numbers because we don't need that in our life. We don't need numbers. There's some dumb with the Cars movie saying it to Steve McQueen is vocal stim lately. It seemed like a vocal stim. Like, honestly, yeah. It's like, I get that. But I mean, yeah, like every vocal stim, use responsibly. Okay. We have one set of leggies. Now we gotta do the second set of leggies. Oh boy. However, we are 3 minutes out from the next break. Here, let's draw in like this leg. Just so I can utilize this time a little bit better. Ah, no out-of-body experiences, please. 0 to 100, it's just so funny. Like that, like I said, I totally get it. It's like, I've absolutely had a few, like, very, very bad vocal stims in my time. Okay, make the tail invisible for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, fucking. Yeah, the high point is over here. 8, 8? Question mark? Good enough. Welcome back. However, you got back just in time for me to take my short break. Yep. So we have to finish up this tail, or this leg, which is going to unravel. I'm very excited for that. Then we'll have 3 versions of the head, 2 versions of the tail, 3 legs, 3 arms. If we can make one more version of the tail after we're done with this arm or this leg, then I think I'm content with calling it done for like the freebie base. That's, I think, 3 variations of each, because there's 4 different elements that can be chosen between. So that's, what was that, 4 to the power of 3. That's a lot of options for people. I think that seems fair for a freebie base, especially for one of this such a complex freaking species. But yeah, we still need to come up with a last tail option. So while I'm on break, that is everyone's homework. We need tails. We need tails. I want a tail that is non-violent. So a particular flower or like some well-known species of cool-looking plant stuffs. Like, I want to see some ideas for when I get back. All right, but let's start up the ad stuffs, and this will be the last set of ads for the rest of the stream. And we are going to have this fucking base done. I want this base available. So soon you'll have it. Soon. See y'all real soon. Soon.
Quick, while the non-subs aren't able to hear. Compliment me in chat.
I'm back. Ferntail? Ooh, I like the idea of a ferntail. That, ooh. Ooh, that's sounding pretty good. On it, 5 carved tails in Monster Hunter. Okay, that's funny. It kind of makes me wonder if like a succulent might work. I wonder if there's a really cool looking succulents. Huh. Aaron earned in iron earn. Man, do we really talk like that? All right, last leggy. Hey, see what I mean? Like succulents there could be some cool stuff with those. Speaking of Monster, how far are you? I don't know how exact I should be because me and Bun were actually playing it a little bit. We finally figured out how the fuck to play together. That game needs a goddamn PhD in order to play multiplayer. It's holy shit. Like I think I just started chapter 2. I don't know if chapter names are meaningful in any way or if it just like flashes once just so you can understand, okay, there's some development. Yeah. It's like we have a squad for the household, which I realize missed opportunity to make my own squad or whatever and name it after like Tanic stole our couch. What's worse is they had good multiplayer in the previous one. Why'd they mess it up? I don't know. That sucks. Caloncho? 1 second. Maybe. It would be a little hard to like fully recognize what it is. Unless I was goated at drawing plants, which I wish I was better at drawing plants, I'll be honest. Okay, how does this go? This goes down and towards the inside. So this would be going like this. Make this arm not visible for a second. Go right through low rank story after you get into high rank. Okay. After 3 lower, okay. Okay. And I want this to start like opening up. This is gonna be such an extra freaking limb. Like this feels like something I should put on the freaking paid ones. Like, when I'm judging if it goes on the paid list or the not paid list, and again, I'm only saying that I'm gonna have a paid list because fucking this is gonna be 6 hours of effort on this base. I think it's reasonable to have a few variations that are locked to a paid version of it. Although, man, I really hope I can give out any paid versions of it for like anyone who's already down. I'll look into that later. Anyways, the thing that I am using to judge should it be on that list or not, should it be in the paid one or not, is entirely if it is going to be a pain in the ass for people to color in. It's like, is this one so different and so extra that it shouldn't be the like hey, yeah, my nephew just downloaded this base and it fucking sucks, you know? Little Timmy downloaded your base and didn't know how to make a Photoshop file look golden. 1 star on Yelp. I'm like, I don't sell on Yelp. I have my own freaking website. Who are you? How'd you get in my home? Yeah, me buzzing at them. I'm getting the Winchester. God damn it, Granny, who let you in my house again? At the old apartments that we lived at, we would occasionally get an old person who just walks right into the fucking house. Walked right into our fucking apartment. Couple of interesting plants. Flame Lily looks cool, and Beehive Ginger would work too. Oh, hold on, let me look up these ones. Ooh, oh, Flame Lily looks so awesome. Holy shit. Hold on, let me look up this other one. It has a lot to live up to. Beehive Ginger is really neat. That one is a pain in the ass to color. I won't be able to use it for this one, but I will be showing y'all Beehive Ginger. Fun. Get out of here, you. Like, Beehive Ginger looks fucking awesome. But I think I'm probably gonna go with a Flame Lily. It's just so fucking cool. And it's big. Damn, that looks cool. I think we're gonna go with the Flame Lily for the last tail. Hi, Brasha, your cat. Enjoy yourself. But yeah, Artist's Worst Nightmare. Get bad review on a website you don't sell on. Or just be like me and just delete your the Etsy page. Hey, Kamasa, speaking on Monster Hunter stuffs, when are you gonna accept my friend request, man? I don't actually know if you did or not, but I said I sent it to you last night and you did not respond. You didn't respond and tell me that you did. You know this shit needs a PhD. I don't know if you accepted it, man. I was over here crying. Kamasa was ignoring me. So I want to beat up the local wildlife population to feel better about myself. Good cry, unfriended. Spreading misinformation. Is it misinformation if I didn't know either? To me, it was the truth. Generally, though, it takes me so long to understand any fucking menu item in that game. Wilds, newest one. picked it up recently, and it's kind of been my go-to for I am zoning out after streaming or something. I just want to do whatever. Rosemont Wilds. Honestly, that's not on you to get wrong. That's on them for going with the same fucking, like, basically the same name for 2 games. It's been quite fun. And this is, like, the first time I'm really getting into a Monster Hunter game. Sure it's on purpose for brand recognition or something? Maybe? I feel like Monster Hunter as a name could just, like you don't need to have the second part be understandable. Like, you don't have to have the second part be, like, sorry, not understandable. You have to have the second part be understandable because you're trying to differentiate fucking 40 games in the franchise or however they're up to at this point. But, like, you know, the Monster Hunter just on its own should do a pretty good job of saying, what game is this? Oh, it's a Monster Hunter game. Okay. Monster Hunter game, but a friend brought you Rise a while ago, and I've been enjoying that too. I had tried playing World before, and I could not enjoy the gameplay. Like, literally just how your character moved around the world and, like, just general like everyday gameplay. Just, I could not get behind it. So I'm happy to be enjoying this one. And it's a good, like, time sink game. It's like, I just need to waste a little bit of time. I don't have the brain power to, like, work, nor should I work all the time anyways. I can just go around and bop some monsters on the head. And I do. That needs to be longer. That's not long enough yet. I'm just noticing. Because that'd probably curl up like 3 more times. Get bopped, nerd! Yeah, I'm also using just like the standard hammer. Because I asked explicitly to the roommates, can I get a poison weapon? And they're like, well, not all of them can be poison. And they're like, okay, which ones can be poison? And they just gave me the list, and I saw hammer on that list and went, poison hammer. Poison hammer. And that's just been my focus now. I finally have the ability to farm to get the materials I need to make my poison boop stick. Yeah, I'd expect the higher level stuff to have to lock in a bit more. Well, who's that Pokemon? It's a Growlithe! Vivillon, damn it. I picture a Poison Hammer might work. If you could, like, I just unlocked the ability to farm it, which means I can see the weapon. It makes sense. I thought it was just gonna be like, oh, it's a hammer, but like, oh, we put a bunch of poison on it. No, it's more like akin to a pick. It's like, okay, no, this fits. I wasn't expecting that. That fits. It's a flying Growlithe. Flying doggo. Better than my idea. Yeah, the idea of putting a injection based thing at the end never even occurred to me. I'm like, it's a hammer. It needs to be a hammer. And I took one look at its design and was like, you know what? That's still a hammer, and that definitely fits. Weaponry is pretty good. What's funny is that I actually didn't even understand how the hell the weaponries worked. Again, Monster Hunter's UI is arguably one of the worst UIs I've ever had to experience. Holy shit. Like, I didn't know what it took to unlock or level up anything. And apparently, I think you have to buy the previous tiers of things that might be completely unrelated weapons in order to unlock a later tier. It's lead uranium. I mean, that would fit. It's just that it's a, you know, everything's made out of wild monster parts, so... I don't put it past them having a radioactive monster. Fucking let's go kill Godzilla, woo! Oh wait, no, they do a bunch of crossovers, don't they? That's actually a possible thing. But, yep. I wouldn't put it past them for it. Damn. I was like arguing the point, and then I realized, no, actually, you're right though. For some weapons, yeah, you gotta make certain weapons before you can make another. Yeah, right. It's old and esoteric. Yeah, and apparently they've gone backwards. Allegedly, from what I've kind of been hearing, like, there were previous games that were more understandable, and then they just made it hard to comprehend again. Amaterasu Palamutant Rise. Fun has Garfield. All right. Leggies, Johnnies. We just need one more tail style. And we are abso-fucking-lutely doing that really awesome looking tail. Really awesome looking flower. This time we got 30 minutes left in stream. Lock in. Lock in, Stone. Okay, bring legs back. I am definitely gonna have to do something about the, what is it? The brain? Work with me here. The overlapping sections. That's still something that annoys me, but that's like gonna be a problem. Crystal, hi! I'm doing well, how are you? Brain no worky, yeah. Kami's my favorite game, so when I saw something I could get, I was on board. Kami, good game. Here's the flower. Yeah, you're getting here as we're like getting closer to finishing this this base. Literally, I have this flower I have to add onto its butt, and then I have to like clean up a little bit. Another cleaning job. How you feeling? Pressed up as you need. Okay, what is the plant structure on these ones? How do they grow? Okay, so they actually connect in the top of it. Interesting. Okay, I can get behind that. Yeah, so this... Okay. Moving this down a little bit. But yeah, this kind of like goes up and like goes in like that. I mean, it's been very fun to work on it. Like, look at that crazy leg. Comedy sequel, pleasant surprise. Yep. Maybe just helping family and family friends right now. Yeah, that's fair. It's a little bit of money while I look for a job, help some food, and has weight, so it's helpful. Yep. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and such. And such. Just like, all the whatevers. I can tell I'm getting towards the end of stream time, and I've had to think a lot. Stretch leggy out real far. Actually, I want to bend this back a little bit more. Yeah, my goal is to have this available later today on my website. Like, I've been bad about uploading this event so far, like the 30 Days of Zay. I do want to try and upload stuffs on Furfinity and whatnot as I am doing things, but I'm doing little steps. We're currently working on stream things, and then I'll work on getting back into the habit of uploading things afterwards. All right, just got little steps. So, but this is going to be something I really want people to know exists. Trying hardly even drop, but honestly, getting far gave a break, and the only thing I needed, just getting your ass back in gear after. Yeah, it's understandable. That is something that can cause like just a hard reset on some things that you didn't realize needed it. Got an image of your head, a Fields main wolf doing a leg looking surprised with the tropical flycatcher leg stretching out their leg ridiculously far. That's kind of a cute visual. Arm, hide the arm for a bit. Let's focus in a little. So what we want is I want one going to the side like that. Another one going, let's pull these out a little bit more. 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. Wait, there's 6? Huh. I would expect 7. Okay. Goes back a little bit. Four, 5, 6. Yeah, need something white? Just completely uncoil your arm and grab it. Yep. I mean, it would work. One year for Art Fight, I actually got a art piece of Fionia, my tropical flycatcher, trying to turn off a light that's on the ceiling and just extending out the tongue in their arm, and they ended up hitting it so hard that they knocked it down. Like, they broke the light. So that was kind of cute. Yeah, even numbers are quite rare in nature. Like, not super rare, but like, it feels odd. I love people's creativity on Art Fight. Yeah, they ended up really liking Fionia and the tropical flycatcher species. Yeah, most plants I think would follow the golden ratio. Not a universal thing, of course. Been updating a ton of characters, trying to get ready for Art Fight. Oh gosh. I remember last year's Art Fight was a battle. I was fighting for my life, man. I wanted to keep that positive ratio so badly, and I think I only barely managed it. And I had to make like more than one art piece a day on average, something like that. I think I ended up with like 34 or 35 art fight pieces. Like, I'm getting to the point where I don't think I can keep up with it. And it's not like, oh man, I've been following your art for so long, let me do an art fight piece for you. It's normally people are like, yeah, I just discovered you here. What the fuck you mean you've been getting a ton of attacks? What? I'm like, help. There's people finding me. It's not even like a controlled effort from people following me to do so. Like, it might have just been like that year. That's a thing that can happen. Like, no one finds you for a year, and then like in the next year, it's just a ton of people find you somehow. It happens. It happens. But man, I was fighting. It's crazy. I must want revenge because it was posted at the very end. I was at work and it was me revenging you. Yep, that means you gotta attack her this year. You know, I highly suggest participating in Art Fight. If nothing else, Neo, it's just an excuse to draw a bunch of things you normally would not, which is really what I like using it for. Yeah, no, actually, let me double check. I think I had to put it on my Art Fight page. Why don't do notifications? Okay, I didn't put it on my page right now, but there's someone that I attacked last year that did something that I absolutely loved, and I'm gonna be stealing. And they put a date on their page and said, like, everyone who's attacking me before this date, I will be revenging you. After this date, I make no promises. I'm like, you know what? I'm taking that. It was like a little past halfway in the event. Because like I want to have time where I'm just working on like characters that, you know, I really like seeing and I really like resonate with and I really want to draw. And then I didn't have any time to it because I kept wanting to revenge everybody. And I was like, ah. So yeah, I'm gonna add that onto my bio. So it's like, you know, before this date, I'm gonna revenge you. You're spending time on my stuffs. It's only fair I spend time on your stuffs too. But after that date, I'm like, nope. I need my practice. No promises, but I need my practice. Yeah, and that happened to me last year where I had attacked someone at the last minute. I had to stream that day. I was just attacking people anyways. I didn't like intend for it to be a like last minute haha you can't revenge me thing. I was genuinely just trying to get my numbers up. Yeah, and then they attacked me this year. They attacked me back like instantly. I'm like, you know what? I earned it. And then of course I say this last year. And of course this last year was me fighting to keep my ratio up. So yeah, I really didn't do myself any favors with that one. I know I attacked someone who's going to do a bigger revenge for everyone who attacked. I don't think they ever got to it. Yep. Yeah, I ended up making a character for Art Fight last year. It's an idea I think I'll steal too. Honestly, it's a really good idea, and I think it's a very healthy idea. Because it both it gives you the expectation for yourself that you actually have time to work on the ones that you want to work on, which is, you know, whatever you collected in your wish list or saved for later or just hit explore on. But it also gives people who are viewing your profile the understanding of, you know, what they might get in return, which could be nothing. And I know that a lot of people use Art Fight not expecting anything in return or even wanting anything in return, but some people do. And some people would be kind of sad to think that they're not getting anything after, you know, spending a ton of time on someone else's character. So it's like, okay, nope, you didn't see my page, I'm sorry. End up getting food, what'd you miss? 1 second. I can show you what you missed. Stretchy leggy real far. Stick leggy out real far. That's what the one you missed. And we are currently working on the last one. Saturally fine. Main body, make that slightly transparent. Head, make that slightly transparent because I really need to focus in on the tail and there's a lot of stuff's going on here. Things to CMA is also wise. To CMA. Oh yeah, and we're talking about art fight. Ah, cover my ass. Got it. Dinner making time. Go make the bestest dinners. Steel's Buns dinner. From Neo. Oh my gosh. Steel Train. This is such a complex freaking flower. Like, I love the look of it, but good God, what have I done? Be nice. Did you ask? I mean, that's kind of what stealing is a lack of asking. I mean, it's like, can I take the Hope Diamond? No. Takes it anyways. Well, I asked. Have fun with the raw beef. But I'm beef. What? Durgan just nomphing on freaking raw beef. Should bring this down a little bit. And beautiful flowers. You're saying they have such bad breath. Probably from eating all that raw beef. God, am I even gonna... Well, I'm not gonna finish this step in the freaking 4-hour time limit, that's for damn sure. I was wondering if I can finish this before the next ad break. 22 minutes? What are people thinking? Over under on being able to complete this in freaking 22 minutes. have to cook raw beef. Also depends wildly on the dragon, because isn't there, like, if we're going by D&D rules, there's a bunch of dragons that breathe like, you know, freaking like poison and other noxious things. God, it's gonna be such a thing. Would dragon breath be safe to use in a kitchen? This could be a real method of cooking. What makes flames blue again? Incredible heat, or no, copper makes it green. I don't remember which element. Cobalt, I think, makes it blue? Could be wrong. Focus brain. Blue flames at a temperature of 1400 to 1600 C. What is that in cheeseburgers? Not much in a restaurant kitchen. I don't know. They already have, like, you know, the big machinery in order to help them, like, sanitize cookware and such. It's not asking that much more to just have, like, here's dedicated area that we put the dragon in, and it heats up the food. Now we have to be very careful not to open up this door when he's cooking. It's kind of like an oven, you know? Honestly, it's very similar to the mentality of an oven. Except, you know, more risk to your life if you open it early instead of, you know, risk of deflating your souffle or whatever. I mean, I haven't saw dragon in the area. Just they storm, it doesn't need to be that big either. Exactly, I'm doing a doodle. I'm just a little guy. I'm doing this horribly wrong, I know, and I don't care. It's such a small freaking file. I really should have drawn that a little bit bigger. All right. There you go. Very quickly drawn. Burninate all the things. Yay, I burn things. Is either that or like the next panel of that comic is someone like grabbing you by the neck and like basically like pouring you on top of a dish that they're trying to cook, like you're a salt shaker. It's like, yeah, I get to burn things. And there's like, shh, as you're breathing fire on it. That was the other thought. We don't cook things, we burn them. How do you like your steaks? Trick question. We burn them. I'm starting to think that this may be too complex for the free one. Because, like, you were just handed this and say color it. Oh God. It's like, I do little things like this just to help indicate where you're supposed to be kind of looking. But I don't think that that's going to save it. You need your breath, fire like dragon, gunfire. So yeah, it would fit then. The random idea actually would fit. But yeah, I think we probably need a different plant for the tail and leave this to be one of the paid ones. I want to have a really pretty freaking tail. But like, I'm going based purely on, is this complex to color? And yes. Ah, fuck! Dusk! How did your stream go? Do you have anything from it to share? Things like clip or some other shenanigans? Hope everyone's having a lovely time over in Dusk stream. Hope you're all having a lovely time over here. We are trying to finish up a species base that anyone can use. Maybe not this exact tail though. Yeah, this is great. Grade. How much are the base going to be? The paid one, I'm planning on just having it be like $5. And the current plan is there'll be 3 versions of every different item in the free one. And the paid one is going to be like $5. And there's going to be like 5 versions of all the things. That's my goal. I don't want to release it unless there's at least 2 more additional options for each thing. And if I find a way to do so, I do want it to be free to update if ever I update it. I don't want any of the paid people to have to pay again. So I want it to be just, I need to see if that's a way to do that. Otherwise I'll probably make like 6 versions of each, like double the amount. Kit, I know, like, oh wait, oh, it's low for the payment thing. Oh, well, whatever. That's the current plan. Oh yeah, what's your confession? Trying to hand someone a plate of gold, do it. Dusk, yeah, I was saying that if you got like clips or anything just of your stream, share it. I want to see what you were up to. How was the stream and jazz like that? And of course, as per usual, if you are exhausted from a long stream, especially having not streamed in quite some time, then totally fair and go and dip and like, you know, do your existing stuffs. I didn't start rigging yet. Well, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is right now. With fees and will you be able to get anything? I'm selling on my own website. I'm not selling it on like Etsy or even Ko-Fi or anything. So I actually get significantly more. Like, I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that I have a lot less fees by selling it on my own website. Yeah, and that's also one reason why I don't want it to be too expensive. Because, like, on Etsy, it's like, okay, I trust Etsy with my money. Versus ZazarDraws.com/shop, you're like, is this safe to put my card info in? I mean, it goes through trusted sources, of course, but like, you know, people see the name of the site, not like the methods in the background as much. So, yep. Yeah, no, there is a method to my madness. And like, if I end up really liking the final result of it, and I think that, you know, there's a lot of options and I should make it more, I'm willing to make it more. But I do want the free version to be sufficient, right? And I want it to be sufficient for people who are very like fledgling artists or very inexperienced at art. Or I want the free version to be rather easy to draw for the artists that are sent the ref at the base and said, hey, color this like this so that I have my new character. And those artists are like, what the fuck has happened? They're not suffering too much. Zay seems to be a fish in the corner. Yes. I don't know if clips are playing Spyro and I decided, fuck it, I'm going to make a compilation of your deaths. Oh, wow. Okay. I think. Zay seems to be a fish in the corner. Yes, because my webcam battery is basically dead right now. So I'm using the backup cam and I didn't want to have to change all of my lighting setup. So I'm just using this. But yeah, how do you do a website with a shop like that? You gotta pay, right? I use Squarespace. I know, oh yeah, personally on the internet talking about Squarespace thing, but I mean, I do genuinely use it. And I don't think my subscription plan needed an extra thing to have the shop. I can double check that for you in a moment if you really need to know, but I mean, you can also find on their site too. Neo, go take care. I mean, hopefully we're done with this soon. But yeah, I mean, if you're in the server, you'll probably see when this thing is done. Ah, damn, I wanted to have the free version and the regular version both available at the same time. Because on my website is where, on the shop specifically, is where you're going to get the free version too. Like, there's going to be a listing for this that is free and a listing for this that is paid, and it's going to be very clear what's the difference between them. But like, you're basically going to be buying quote unquote a free thing. Squarespace. Okay. I've not used WordPress. I literally cannot speak to WordPress at all. What I can't speak to is Squarespace stuffs. And Squarespace can do a lot of shit if you're willing to break it. Like, it can do a lot of different things that they don't really want you to do. Fucking, I saw one person actually built, built Snake in their Squarespace browser. Like on their website, in Squarespace, fucking built Snake. Shit like that. It is very upset at them for doing so. Like, they were saying it was fighting them the entire time on the back end, but they literally rebuilt fucking Snake. Or you can do shit like me, and it's just like, all right, here's my website. Here's my store. Here's my shit. Okay, bye. Snake Space. Yeah, I think I've decided this one is gonna have to be on the paid one. Again, the only times that I put anything on the paid one is just, is this complicated to have to color in? That's it. That is the qualifier, nothing else. This is the most complex thing to color in on this whole thing. If I don't put this on the paid one, then what the fuck am I doing?
platypus? What's a platypus
A
doing
platypus?
Caesar the platypus!
Caesar the platypus. But yeah, so yeah, R&D, we need another plant. We need another, like, non-dangerous, just, it could be pretty, it could have another function, I don't care, but like a non-carnivorous plant to put on this for the free one. Venusaur, yay. Fuck yeah! Venusaur's a great pick. Okay. If you had to pick, what part would you rig first? What, on like a 2D model or VTuber model or something like that? Face. I also am the type person who does the complicated thing first. I want to get the complex thing out of the way and done with. So I would do face. Like, that part's gonna suck, but when it's done, that means you'll only have the easy stuffs left. You know, you don't go canoeing up a river, or, you know, you don't go canoeing downriver. That's the term. Please draw the eye art first too. Yep. Yep. Let you figure out what you're doing. I just want to make the rest of it easier in case I have to put it down and come back later. That's basically the only reason. And fuck, we got another ad break coming up. Let's try to push this out a little bit. Oh my god. I need to do this on the other side too. No, what have I done? I need to put it on the freaking back pose. Oh, fuck. With the face, eyes. Fuck. You know what? I would say mouth first. Like, because I feel like there's a lot more that can be going on with the mouth. Copy and paste. Fucking, I wish it would look good. Okay, well, we can move this back because we're gonna have it be visible back here, so it's fine. Everything's fine. We've seen his eyes first. I mean, I've not had to do a rig before, so I would trust the people who have more experience with it. All right. So we're going a little bit longer today, everybody, because I really want to have the free version, at least all the art of it done. And I might not finish this one right now, but when I come back from the break, we do need to find another tail. So that's everyone's homework. While I'm stepped away for break, your homework is to find a good flower to make into the tail. It doesn't have to be a flower per se, but it does have to be a non-carnivorous plant that just looks interesting. And we're gonna turn that into the tail. Anyways, I'll see you guys in just a moment. Well, 3 moments. Well, wait, 1 moment is about 3 minutes. Fuck, 3 minutes. I'll see you after one short, long ad break.
Zay stealing them Bezos bucks.
All right, we should be back. One short, long ad break. Yep, it's short for a long break. Exactly. Baobab. Oh, Japanese death flower, baobabs. Hold on. I love a baobab tree. I just love baobab. Let's see. Japanese death flower. Ooh. That was very pretty. It's a little too spindly because I would be doing a lot of my like line in a line things. It's very pretty, but that would require people to like color in the line work. Oh, I want to, but don't think I can. Said as left, but it's over Dark Twitch. One sec. Yep. Yep. And then yeah, Baobab. Gotta just double check. It's looking the way I think. Sippies. Well, is my model broken? Hello? There we go. There we go. It lost sight of me. Damn. Okay. I think Baobab is like all in the top. Let me, like, I actually have a like personal server that I put in like art ideas, and I think I have a handful that are like for flycatchers. I wonder if I have any like succulents in there. Yep. I saw the Japanese death flowers and I actually looked them up. I love the look of them. I absolutely adore Japanese death flowers. The only issue I have, and it sucks, is that because so many elements of it are so thin, it makes it really difficult to give it as a base. Because then they'll have to like color in the line work, basically. 1 second. No, that one is all in the coloration. You take Baobab seriously now, just in seeing where you're going with this. I'm looking at other plants. I kind of wanted to do the Baobab. Like, if I was going to do the Baobab, hold on, I'm gonna mark this thing as tail real quick. Okay. If I was gonna do the Baobab, but I was considering, wow, this is so impossible to see anything right now. Close enough. It was going to just be like, you know, big old thick trunk and then just like the classic Baobab stuffs at the top. Because they are like all on the top is where all the interest is for the Baobab trees. We can also do mushrooms too. Singapore Zarimbit. Hold on. I wrote down this one. I didn't get a photo. Okay. Bitter ginger. Yep. Basically bitter ginger. Inkrins. Yulin magnolias look like birds. Hi, Rasha. Oh, I saved a image dump of a bunch of really cool plants. Like, hold on a second. Like that, you know? It's like a fern is an idea that we were saying earlier. I'm not really against it either. Oh man, that one's really cool, but only for the coloration, not for the patternation. Dahlia. The name Dahlia is really familiar. Hold on a second. Yeah, honestly, you know what? I think that's just gonna end up winning because it's a really nice shape. 1 second. Copy image, just pasting it in here. It's a really nice shape that's not terribly difficult to draw or understand since it's repeating stuffs. Like each petal is easy to understand what you're looking at. And it can just be like, on a stick, a ball. Yeah, I think that one just kind of works out really well. Yeah, let's do it. Dahlia time. If I was making, yeah, I'll hopefully be a bit more mindful of it. And I like how I have this one, but like that one just feels too complicated for people to understand it. You understand it easily, I guess I should say. But yeah, if I was making like an adopt, like I am making an adopt so I can sell it to somebody, or like sell it in general, I would probably be very mindful. Like I would probably do like the more complex ones. But since this is going to be a base, I want it to be a little bit simpler. Yeah, I think tryptophobia is the fear of holes. We just have like a big old ball at the end. Now, yeah, and they kind of just like curl, like you can see it down there. They kind of like curl open. Congrats on catching your bird. That's totally a bird. Is that you want a free custom shark VTuber? Like, if you want to make a thing, you're free to, but I don't think I really need one. Like, not to like say no, but I also know that they are going to be, it's a lot of effort, and it would be a shame if I like never really used it. Normally I have my face. Like today I don't, just because the camera was dead. Where's Wistos? Get all that. Fish! Normally I have my face. Today I don't. I was born at the age of 6 without a face. We're not using face. Whoop. I was like, there's something you like. I was gonna throw at you, Yeah, it's a Game Grumps reference. Face blinds be hitting you hard today. Even my own face is blinded. Hell, Gunny. No, like, I only have this one for, like, this model for, like, just emergencies at this point. So that's what I mean if, like, it's not even just, oh, for when I don't use the thing, but also how often am I not using the camera? That's kind of the other half of it. It's like, you know, you put in who knows how much time to rig up something, and then it maybe sees use like once a few months, you know? Any movie parts? Well, it also probably should be said that I'm not normally just like, and shark. It's normally like a whole shark sona. 1 second. Like, this is just like a free model that I had found. Actually, no, it wasn't free, it was a paid model. But yeah, it was just a model that I had found that was a shark. Where's the Zayref? I can never remember the coloration for it. Yeah, this is the normal thing. It's so similar, right? You can tell. I did no custom work on this model other than recoloring. Okay, so we want big old ball. Super cute, send it to you, please. Yeah, sure. Can you DM me on Discord so I have a chat to send it to? God, how on earth am I gonna fucking draw this? So we just kind of do like bowl shapes, and the bowl shapes kind of slowly go out. So what I can do is I can do just the tops. And if I do just the tops, then I can come back in and just be like, all right, here's the bottoms. Something like that might just work. And do. Okay. So, bigger paddles. Shoot. It's literally just the angle down here is what's making me go kind of mad. Because this is where, like, perspective becomes a whole thing. Scream! Nap! How do I have two of the most opposite fucking cats? Where is a thing? I was looking for a particular thing. Where the fuck is the thing? Chat, where is thing? Sorry, I'm like sending a file over. There it is. Yeah, I have two cats. Yep, I have two cats. I have a tabby named Varasha, who is not technically a kitten, but she is a kitten. She is in almost every way still a goddamn kitten. And then we have Mervalian, who is a Tuxedo, who is much older. I say much older. I think she's like 8 or something. So, you know, like 7 years older than Varasha. Yeah, 7 or 6 years older than Varasha. Hey, Merv, I was just talking about you. And Mervalian is like diva. She like owns the place and tries to get away with stuff and is very smart. But I don't let her get away with shit. And she doesn't own the place. And she's fucking huge. Mervalian is goddamn huge. I think she weighs like 16 pounds. And that was like healthy weight for her. She is a big fucking cat. Like only recently has she actually seemingly gotten overweight. Which I haven't weighed you in a while, you little shit. Yeah, Mervalia just came in here to like eat some food. Oh my god. I think I may have to change this to just be normal pedals, not bowls for the pedals. Just for my own sanity. Oh my gosh. And like, you know, I would consider like a big old dandelion or something. Actually, wait. Am I fucking stupid? 1 second. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I was overcomplicating this. Hold on, let me figure ruler. That's a circle. Two male cats usually pouncing on each other and meowing 4 hours for mealtime tell me they're tired of waiting. That sounds like cats. I actually picked up a automatic feeder. Like it just dispenses a certain amount of food throughout the day. And they don't fight for it at all. Like that seems to be pretty much okay. Although Mervalian will absolutely inform me if it has been empty for too long by sitting there and licking the bowl, licking the empty bowl. She's like, my father has not fed me in a fortnight. Oh, woe is me. My bowl, it stays empty. Yeah, I'm fucking making fun of you. And then, no, I was gonna just make it a freaking dandelion, because I was gonna say, man, dandelion really fucking sucks because it's just a bunch of individual little strands, kind of like earlier issues. Then I realized you don't see a dandelion as like just its own freaking, like, you don't see it as a bunch of little tiny things. You see it as just a big fucking ball of fluff. So I'm like, I just have to draw a big ball of fluff and we have a fucking dandelion. And that fits every single category I'm looking for. It's easy to understand, easy to draw, easy to color in. I can do the front and the back. I'm like, God damn it. I made everything so complicated for no goddamn reason. We just make it a freaking puffball dandelion. You heard Sweet Guy Silver? Yep. I want you to drive Dylan, give them just driving along with their palate, give wet food at dinner time. I occasionally give them wet food as like an extra thing, but the problem is that okay, so Mervalian doesn't like the kitten very much, doesn't like Varasha that much. They don't like, you know, get into like, you know, cat fights or anything, but Mervalian doesn't know how to play. Kamasa, go work, take care. Thank you for stopping by for as long as you could. Hopefully we'll get a chance to play game in the future. But like, yeah, Mervalian is still like learning that, oh man, maybe I can play with other cat. But then other cat will decide to like fucking run at her and jump on her. And then she's like, fuck this, I hate this. So, you know, it's hashtag cat things. But you know, Mervalian, incredibly intelligent cat. I have like taught her a lot of things of just like, yeah, here's like, you're allowed, what was it? Whenever she's really curious of what we're eating and like, or wants some, you know, cats will do, right? They'll like sit next to you and like paw at you and be like, let me have some, let me have some. I've gotten Mervalian in a position where I can just let her sniff what I have. And she's like, okay. And then she wanders off. She's just curious, right? Like, she's a very good cat. And then Varasha's an idiot. Kitten has like a walnut on a stick, but maybe the stick is broken and that's her brain and it just rattles around in there and occasionally it hits a neuron and she has the thought and the thought exists in her brain for a short time. Like Varasha, when, you know, when she was younger and they weren't stealing from each other's food bowls constantly, so she had her own food bowl. She had her own food bowl, right? Her own bowl. And that was her bowl. She would only eat out of her bowl. When I say this, I mean this explicitly. Only eat out of her bowl. You could not give Varasha a treat because she would pick it up, carry it to her bowl, and put it in the bowl before she would eat it. When I had to change the bowl to one that prevented whisker fatigue, I was a fool I was, and I put the old bowl next to the new bowl so that she would understand that this area is where she ate. No, it was the bowl that she ate from, because as she had food in the new bowl, which was more enjoyable for her to use, it prevented whisker fatigue, she still picked up a huge mouthful of food and like a crane moved her entire body to the other bowl, dropped it all into that bowl, and then ate out of that bowl. No concept of like food, it can be mine in any location. There was one exception to this rule. One. And this is how I broke her out of this. Those like pureed like fish tube treats, she goes feral on those things. Dusk, you're gonna love this. She goes feral for those goddamn treats, right? Like she will try to chew through the thing herself if you do not open it in time. And in time is roughly a fucking New York second, which is the amount of time between the light turning green and the person behind you honking, right? That is the amount of time she will wait for you to try and open up that fucking treat for her. And of course, I didn't want her to like be chewing the damn thing, and I want her to know that the stuff inside is what she wants, not the tube, because she has a single walnut for a brain. So, you know, I'm feeding her one of these things as a treat. You know, we trimmed her nails. She's being so nice. So we gave her a treat. And what I decided to do was I was going to put a bit of this treat on her foot. I was going to take a little bit of this puree stuff, put it right on her foot while she sees me doing this, right? Because then she'll see it, she'll lick it off, and it's like, fantastic. She has a concept that the tube, like the stuff's in the tube is more of what she wants. So the tube was nearly empty, right? I put the last little bit on her foot. This cat did not notice. I did it right in front of her. It was her own damn foot. How do you not notice fucking pureed fish on your damn foot? She didn't, apparently. So she proceeds to try and chew the tube to get any more out of it, which, you know, there was a bit more left in it. So I gave her the rest of the thing, and then I threw out the tube. I made it clear, tube was empty. There's nothing there, and I put it away. And she was like, but there's still food. I smell it. Where is food? Where is food? And so she looked down where she smelled the food. She smelled the treat, and she looked, and upon the ground was nothing. But she smelled it under her foot. So she lifted her foot with the puree on it, looked where it was, and there was no food. Put her paw down next to her. And then the smell changed. It's to the left now. She moved her entire body to the left, lifted her paw again to see where is the food, and did this on repeat, spinning in a full circle before she finally figured out that the food was upon her paw, not under it, as her nose has foolishly told her it must be. I have an idiot for a cat. Oh my god. This isn't even the most extreme of the antics that she's done. She is not wise. Other cat's super intelligent, and she has to deal with this bitch. Definition of head empty. Yep. And just like last little thing, I have photos of Farasha in the server, right? She's become a lap cat recently. But one thing that is very funny about her is she looks sad. She looks so sad. She looks like a poor Victorian child. She just has this permanent look of, why'd you do that? And her meowing is the most sad, pitiful meows. We did not train her to be sad. Her face is built like this. We did not train her to sound sad. That's just the sad that she meows. And then she runs her face directly into a door, and you're like, I don't know if she's sad anymore. If you want to hear the whole ramble about her and her treats, the VODs go on my VODs channel like a couple of days after I go live. I don't want to repeat the whole thing right now, but if you missed the treats thing, you're gonna want to probably catch that. It's just a little looped, no brain cells, just sad. She's not actually sad, she's actually a very happy cat. She just has that look of perpetual disappointment and sadness. I don't think I could have more opposite cats. Freaking, like, on top of that, Varasha, standard cat. It has standard cat fur. Mervalian, like the luscious fucking silk. I do not know why Mervalian is the softest thing. And like confirmed by multiple sources. Softest goddamn cat. She eats the same thing Varasha does. She's had like, you know, basically the same life that Varasha has. It's like she is a queen and this is her royal garb. Mervalian is such a cat. And then Varasha is like a tear. Varasha is pretty soft. Pretty soft, yes, but not to the same degree. I will probably say that it has something to do with the food. The food has probably done a lot for Mervalian. And Mervalian has been around for longer than Varasha, so that you know, more time for food to like affect the coat through multiple winters, you know? But I'm just saying, it hits different. Also, Varasha's fur was the most soft after she scared someone and had an entire egg fall on her. Like, Varasha was like basically trying to play with someone who was cooking and had an entire egg just hit her right on the fucking face. Didn't it like, you know, move her face out of the way. It was just like, yeah, this is my life. Splat. It was like, wow, that white thing is getting so much bigger. And then it hit her. But yeah, after cleaning her up, she was ridiculously soft for like 3 weeks. Like almost as soft as Murph. Okay, that's gonna be tail 4. This is gonna be tail 5, or tail 3. Okay, I think we have all the options for the free one. So, 1 second. Oh no, I have to add in the tail 2, or tail 3 delete me. 1 second. And you know, I've never had a normal pet in my life. Even the normal pets end up being very odd creatures. It has gotten to the point where when we thought Varasha was normal when she was a little tiny kitten, we thought something was wrong, and then I remembered I picked her out of the litter because as the person on the phone was trying to just tell me about the cats that they had, she was saying, "No, Bright Eyes, stop chewing on my feet." It's like, that's the cat. That one. Yeah, her originally was Bright Eyes. And now she just looks like Sad Eyes, but you know, it's because she has this, so she's not really a full tabby. Varasha's not really a full tabby. Oh, your food's kind of meh. I'm sorry. Zhuzh it up a bit, make it better. But yeah, Varasha's mother was a calico, and like fur patterns aren't like direct one-to-one, like, you know, The mother's a calico. The kid's gonna be a calico. But she did pick up some of it. So she's like a rusty, was it? A rusty tabby. She has like random rust colored spots all over her. And like they're slowly developing into stronger spots. But she ended up with these like, you know, copper or rusty spots underneath her eyes and around her eyes. So I guess, you know, on like the fucking field where she was born, because, you know, they're basically like an outdoor cat. Yeah, they just ended up calling her Bright Eyes. I'm like, that's not going to be your name when we get her, but I see it. Now she's just Sad Eyes. Okay. I think we're done. Now, granted, I have to do something, and I don't know how, but I have to do something about the overlap because it's really kind of frustrating when, like, you know, oh man, this tail, like, let's say if I get rid of that, right? And okay. Honest question. Everyone in chat, even lurkers, I don't like calling out lurkers, but I have to ask. If you, even if you do not know how oh, Dream, thanks so much for getting a sub. Congrats. All right. You're gonna pick up this base and you're gonna make a thing with it, right? Would you be annoyed at having this be transparent? And having the other body parts show through when you're cycling through all the stuffs. It's like, is that annoying or in the way? And or, would you be willing to go through and like erase the overlap on the other layers? And you think it's really distracting? No erasing. So I don't think I can do the masks. Like here's part of the problem, right? I have to export this as a PSD file. Photoshop documents are the ones that almost everything can take, but I don't know how well it handles masks translating out of Clip Studio. It should, but I don't think that Photoshop documents inherently permit masks made in another program. Here, we can actually test it real quick. Genuinely, we need to find out. Wait. How? Your PSD, I'll tell you. That actually, Kit, that's like perfect because if fucking Krita can do something that basically if I export out of Clip Studio Paint into a Photoshop document and then Krita opens up a Photoshop document made in Clip Studio Paint and it still has all the stuff that's needed, then that should basically cover all of our bases. Also, I realize that, you know, we're saying, hey, just use a mask. How? Because the issue is that this could overlap with like, you know, all the different arm styles. How would I make a mask that works here? Because like, where do I apply that mask? Like, yeah, I apply it to the arm. Like, okay, I hear you. Like, I can get that one. Like, you know, we apply it to the arm. Oh, if I don't do it backwards. 1 second. I'm showing where my possible concern here is. That's invert mask. Okay, so we apply it to the arm. I did that backwards. Whatever, you get the idea. Oh, I have the base colors on everything? That might have to be the solution here, actually. Like, 1 second. Because right now I just have, like, I filled them in with this. So let's just assume that this is the base color, right? Well, the tail would have to be behind this arm. But then it can't be behind the leg. One second. Wait, no, I grabbed the wrong thing. The legs have to be behind the tail. Then we can do the tail. I'm just seeing if there's like any problems with this. Okay, arm in front, that's fine, because the arms have this on it, which should be more intensive. Yeah, that fucking didn't do the arms nearly far enough that they needed to. Curse me and my dynamic poses and super complex fucking character colorizations. Yeah, now having a base for the colors would actually do wonders for the colorizing too. And this isn't actually too far off from what I was doing originally too. Just to like make it easier for me to understand. Yeah, like the arms have a color layer. I mean, fucking it might have been. It was like 4 hours ago. Okay. So is there any other issues? Like this is gonna have me do some work off stream. So this very well might not be today. Which is a little unfortunate, but you know what? It's a technicality of doing, or it's some technical work related to doing this really annoying species. But yeah, I'm gonna have to like fill in all of these on another layer. So that way the artists in question will have a portion that they know that they're gonna be coloring. Now here's, okay, genuine concern for y'all. How do I phrase this right? Should there just be like an associated things like arms2 colored, and that's the file name is arms2 colored or arms2 color, and then it's kind of expected of people to just like color in like the arms individually, because like, you know, let's say like, you know, we have the big color block for the torso, right? Our arm fill, maybe. I mean, I'm gonna be handing it to people who are not, I feel like this is going to be in the hands of people who are not very artistically or programmably inclined. after seeing what Felis has to do with some of her bases and what some people have to ask, I know it's going to end up like that. But yeah, so, you know, when we're filling in this one and like, oh, I'm going to make this bright blue. Ah, shit. And now you know, artist in question has to go down to the other layer to continue it. Or is it expected of the artists to be like, you know, oh man, what is this overlap? Let me delete that on the line work layer of that other one so that I can merge all of these colors down. I don't think we're winning here, right? No matter what process we do, it's going to be annoying. Somehow, some way, this is going to be frustrating for someone. Like, the only possible way I could imagine all of the layers being what they are, in order to put things in front of the right things, in order to have the coloration work. Like, the only way I could imagine it being, like, smooth, easy, just like any other base you could imagine, is it's a fucking generator on my site or something and it just gives you the fucking line work that you asked for. You think it's too complicated? I think we're just doing this method and it's just like, deal with it, y'all. Which means I have to fill in all of this. Base with the line art is easiest. But the line art overlaps itself a lot. That's my concern. And I want to have this be possible to, like, you know, move things around, mix and match, whatever. Ice cream fill, man. Well, if I just do that, if I do that and I'm just filling in this whole thing, that didn't work. I don't actually know why that, oh, I know why that didn't work. Okay, hold on. So let's say I do this and put that at the bottom, and I decide I want to change the tail. Like, the tail is now this. Okay, you're saying individual things. Yeah, I think that's just gonna be the solution. All right, which is gonna be a very annoying step, and I'll be doing that off stream. Like, you know what? No, I know. This is what we're gonna do. We're doing exactly what we're doing right now, which is there's another layer underneath the line work layer for each element that is just a fill of that color. It's a fill of that thing. And the reason why we're doing that is because you're getting a base for probably the most complex fucking species you could possibly get a base for. You're doing a bit of work too here, buddy. All right, this ain't just on me. I'm not the only one who has to do all this shit. Fucking, you have to move some layers around. Do your damn job if you want to fucking have a thing of this. I was expecting like maybe 8 hours of time on this thing, and then we were looking at less than 6, and now we're up to 7. I'm like, nah, man. This is fucking free. The paid one might be only like $5. Fuck. I just realized I kind of want to have the paid version available when I upload the free version. God damn it. Don't complicate yourself. No, I'm not going to complicate it at all right now. I'm just thinking, do I upload this today? That's my question right now. Do I upload this today? Do I either upload the free version today and say there's going to be a paid one later? I'm asking this question and then we're ending stream. All right. I'm asking this question, then we're ending stream. Do I upload the free version now, or like go today, like today, and then we say that there's going to be a free version later? Or do I just wait until I have the paid version done and then upload both? Like, I feel like if I say, and there's gonna be a paid version later, it means that paid version is never gonna get fucking looked at. I feel like they should both go up at the same time. So it means I can't upload this thing yet. because people are just gonna make their character out of the free things. They won't even know that that's a thing. Yeah, both at the same time. Same time. Okay, so we're not uploading this thing today. And that means if we're gonna need to find some time in like a later stream to try and add more stuffs in, because I don't know if I'm going to make the time before stream or after stream anytime this month. So we'll just figure that out. Honestly, that might be fun to do during the Adopt event. Huh. That or the, like, on the 9th, I have an in-stream commissions day. And if I don't have any commissions to work on right away, then I can just do this. I have free stream, singular. I have one singular free day. And that's the 25th. So that'd be in 3 weeks from today. So, which honestly, if we don't make the time otherwise, we'll do it then. Like, I don't have to have this thing done immediately right away. If we don't end up with the time anywhere else, we'll do it then. Sound good? Good. Ending card. Yep, go eat. I was so energetic with my talking today that my sore throat is a little more sore. So I'm gonna go and probably eat like a tub of ice cream. I love you too, bun. All right, who's online doing art things? Who's doing stuff that we go and raid? Missy is live doing Tunic. I know that a lot of people don't want to be spoiled on Tunic stuffs. Jinkzilla is doing some art. Bia's doing some art. Gosh, it's been a long time since I've hung out on a Bia stream. All right, we're gonna go and raid Bia. It's been a bit. It's been actually quite a bit since I've last seen Bia, but I am exhausted, and I need to go and do the rest stuffs. So we're gonna go over and raid. Oh, that character is Wynn. W-Y-N-N. She's kind of like the manager of the stream. She didn't ask for the job. She's not paid well. I don't pay her. So I just have her for a lot of my stream element stuffs. All right. Copy your prep message if you are subcopy submessage, not subcopy not submessage, and or replace them with a bunch of the who's that on the screen? No. Yeah, she's the bot. I probably should have said that first. Gosh, you can tell it's late. But yeah, if nothing else, then get a bunch of your own hearts, because that's totally fine. We're gonna send the love on over to Bia. Even if you can't stay in the stream, I totally understand. I won't be staying for too long myself. I am exhausted. My throat kind of hurts. I just want to play some Monster Hunter. I'm gonna be real with you, and I need to get some food in me and like decompress for a little bit. But at the very least, going over, see what Bia has going on. They are a fantastic artist, seriously, and a really lovely individual. If you liked it here, you'll probably like it over there. I think they're currently doing some silly stuffs with people's pets, or photos of people's pets, which is amazing, if I'm just assuming from what I'm seeing. So go and spam a bunch of hearts at them. Maybe follow them. See you tomorrow, where we're going to be live with Feels Randomous doing a draw pile stream together. That's gonna get really fucking silly. See you then.